I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, was that a triple collab? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh! What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Anything. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Oops. What's up, guys? Oh, sorry. I have to. I don't know why I was like listening to music and I completely disregarded that the stream was about to start. Jesus, I'm so white. Wait, I'll be right back. It's too white. Too white. Oh, that's better. That's better, right, guys?
Hello there.
Very close. Yeah, nice, Nico. What's up, Nico? What's up, Doctor? What is up, Nathan? How are y'all? Okay, everything is working. Prince was right, so I guess I'm the main character for a Herman. Oh, not a Herman. What's it called? What's it called? Wait, wasn't I called you the main character for Harem? I said that. Baka Mitai? I love that song. If that's the song I'm thinking of. Is it? Okay, we're gonna train a bit and then we're gonna verse Bill. Gotta kill some more Pokemon, baby. I'm a little tired today. I spent a lot of today changing stuff. Like, look how smooth that is. It used to be just a cut, and now it's like boom, boom, boom. Isn't that cool? Oh, it's so cool. I have it for other scenes too. Like boom, you know? Boom! Come on, bro! Boom! Look at that. Doesn't it look sexy? Oh, that's so cool. I'm becoming more professionaler every day. It's fun adding that type of stuff. Yeah. But what did I want to say? Yeah, don't make any moves on the 30-year-old, bro. That's maybe report her. Does she know your age? Be like, bro, what's wrong with you? Or something. I don't know. What was I gonna say? Tomorrow is the 24-hour stream of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. So the game starts at... The game gets released at midnight. But we're still probably gonna start stream like usual time. Like right now. And just like play this. Or maybe even community games before going into that. But I was thinking for like mini sub goals and stuff. And I don't know exactly what to put. If you guys have any ideas for that, let me know. I'm trying to look at the team and see if there's they're all matching the stuff there. Wait, why aren't you guys showing up on the... Hello. Oh, it is showing up. I'm stupid. Never mind. Oh, okay. We're gonna get him to level 20 at least. Which isn't gonna take long. Oh my god. What's it called? Sometimes for some reason it doesn't send a message that doesn't send messages. Oh, it did send a message. I'm stupid. Ooh, he wants to learn Disable. We don't need no stupid Tackle. Tackle does 50 damage, though. I don't remember what Slowbro's stuff is, though. Slowbro. I don't remember if his attack or... It looks like Slowbro's special attack is high. So actually, Tackle sucks. So we're gonna get rid of Tackle. I wish I could memorize all that stuff. I've been trying to memorize all the Pokemon types, and I think I got the first gen, like, good.
Like, Sparrow is a normal flying. First and second gen, I got okay. Third gen onward, it's taking some time. This is that song. Bakamitai. Bakamitai. I don't know the words. All I know is Baka, the you know, the best part when they go ba ma 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 ma. I don't remember the words. Na 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 na. By the way, yeah, we got 2 new rewards too, which you guys could test out if you'd like. One of them, well, I already forgot what one of them was. The other one is kind of cool. And I have 50 rewards now, like linked up, but I don't have all of them set up. Oh, this is the part. Dameo, dame, dameo. I don't know the words. Dame, dame, dameo. Oh, let me put a reminder to put 10 hours split. I have to split this 24-hour stream into 3 separate recordings. Hats off to you. Advanced sounds threatening. Oh, that's not new. That's been... Well, that is new, but it's not... I added 2 new ones today. It is threatening. I mean, it's just you get to pick the exact hat that I put on. So... Which, you know... is... I don't know. It's I guess it's a reward. But yeah, I put 2 new rewards. One of them I feel like might be not enough, too low points, but we'll just keep it on. Okay, we got bro to level 20. Now we need let's see what moves everyone else has. Yacht has bite, which is actually great. Monkey has low kick, which is good. I mean, they have decent moves, actually. It might be worth training them up just a bit. To, like, maybe train everyone up to, like, level 15. What's the other new one? I see the zoom. I don't think Break My Internet was new. No, that's not new. Nuna. I mean, it's new, but not, like, today. What was the other one? Oh, you can do it. Because someone was saying you can do it the other day. And it made me think of the "You Can Do It" from Adam Sandler. So I added that one. That sound effect. You can do it. I freaking... Oh, he's such a national treasure. I forgot his name, though. Whoa, why'd he do so... Oh, I should fake out every time. Scratch does more than bite. Dame, dame. Dame, 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 daneo, dameo. I just woke up today and pretty much spent the whole day trying to like improve the stream. And what else did I do? I don't know, some other reminders, like the stream avatars and stuff. Which you guys don't even see. But if anyone has ideas for sub goals, like mini sub goals for tomorrow's 24-hour stream, let me know. And that could be cool. Wait, why did I just gain health? What was that? I have to pay more attention sometimes. Na 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 yo. Go ni na mi da. Bakamitai. Hell yeah. It's actually so fast to level them up. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't put anyone in the center, but dame dame. Maybe I'll look up a tutorial. Walk through Pokemon Team Rocket. Team Rocket version. Ba 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 da ba ba da. Da 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 The reason I'm looking at it is because I need it, because I'm a loser. Start out by picking your Rattata. Jesus. Damn, this guy has everything here. I just want to see if I'm forced to verse anyone strong. Because if I verse someone strong and I lose, I don't want to redo all this. But, I might have to. As long as their Pokemon are not crazy. I found like a document that shows everything, but it doesn't show the level of the Pokemon. Whatever. We're just gonna raise everyone to... I have to figure out a strategy. I think the strategy is going to... Oh, did not mean to do that. I think strategy is going to revolve around getting the whole team to the same level as our highest level guy. Or maybe a few levels higher. That we steal. So if we just steal a Pokemon that's like level 15, and we're scared of a big fight, then we could train all our guys to like level 17, Honestly, I think this is fine though. So let's just push. This might be dumb. Hopefully Bill doesn't verse us. Hey, Justin! What's up? How are ya? Justina. I saw you were playing Portile the other day. I mean, you know that, but... you weren't that bad. IMO. I mean, you died a couple of times. But, I mean, I'm not good at it, so I don't even know what is good and bad in Portal. Alright. Pong delivered the parcel. Let's see what he says. Damn it! Why do you keep treating me like I'm some amateur collector? A shiny Magikarp? That's awesome. And some rare candies. A ticket to some exclusive party. I've got all the high-end connections I need, and alcohol only dulls my concentration. The interesting part. We'll offer you a regular salary of... That's respectable. Lol, this guy keeps complaining. I only care about two things in life. Money... Oh, science and rare Pokemon. Alpha and Omega of my life. Money, power, status, politics, those mean nil to me. Then why'd you say, ooh, that's pretty respectable for the money part? This guy. Do I have to verse him? If I take the job, you tell Giovanni it'll be on the following conditions. First, Team Rocket is to send me a regular sample of the rarest Pokemon you acquire. What the hell? Second, since I know you guys have spies in Silphco, I want you to give me any and all intel you can gather on their newest invention. Technology. Sylph being on the brink of a prototype for some innovative new Pokemon capture device. Oh, the Master Ball. If this is going to be as big as they say, I can hardly afford to miss. I would go and investigate, but I'd sooner eat a dead muck than work for a big conglomerate. Sheesh! I suppose I might just change my mind. Go back and tell all of them. Wait, I want to verse him. They don't let me verse him. Tell you what. Oh. What's your name? My name is Ping Pong Masters on Twitch. I admire your persistence. Thank you. Ooh, what is he gonna give me? The ticket? The cell phone. They have cell phones? I want you to be my Team Rocket content. Ooh la la. But one that'll be just between you and me. Damn, that's so cool. Hey. What's up, yo? Shisho? How are ya? What's up, bruv? We didn't do much so far. So far, we're talking to Bill, the science guy, and he gave us a cell phone. I'll be calling you on there in a while to check in on you. Damn. What a fascist. He's crazy, this man. Shisho, it's okay, I think. In fact, come to think of it, there's one particularly rare Pokemon that I've long been on the lookout for. What? A legendary? Oh, Mewtwo? What is he What is he, crazy? Never mind then. Oh my god. Hello, old account. Oh yeah, doctor. My bad. Hi there, main account. Feels bad, man. Why did they block out that entrance? I wonder. Like, what's the point of blocking that out? Wait, what the hell? No! No! Oh my god. Oh god. VIP was always 100k. Okay, it doesn't have crazy level Pokemon, thank god. Jesus Christ. I knew we should have maybe trained up our guys a little more. Sand attack. Oh, he's gonna use super potions? Jesus Christ. They said that he had a Wartortle though. How am I gonna take out the Wartortle? Jesus Christ. I missed! Stop sand attacking. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna change Pokemon here. Do I change into Bro? Damn it! I should have trained everyone more. Yes! Good job, Nachos. Your uselessness kicked in. With the power of anime, we were able to do it. Abra. What a suck. He has an Abra as his second Pokemon. You can do it! You can do it! Thank you. That's one of the new rewards I added. The other one is Zoom In. That one's actually pretty cool. Alright. Abra is Psychic. Bug, Dark, Ghost beats Psychic. We do have Bite on Mouth. So I'm going to assume Abra's only move is going to be like Teleport or something dumb like that. Level 15 might have Tackle? I don't know. Ooh, one hit KO, let's go! Good job, Mouth. Useless Mouth. He's trying to learn Furry Swipes. What a loser. Scratch is better. Oh my god, he's so stupid sometimes. Okay, what's the next Pokemon? Rattata? Yo, this guy sucks. It's like worse than wild Pokemon. Rattata is poison. No, Rattata is normal. So he'll die from double kick. We're gonna go with double kick here. Should be a one-hit KO. Get out of here. Okay, this is where things get a bit tough. It's probably gonna be like a level 20 Wartortle is my assumption. Ugh. The good thing is against Nachos, it's not gonna really do anything. So we're gonna be good. Let me see. Da, 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 da. Nachos is just poison? What type is he? I don't remember. Yeah, he is just poison. So he dies to ground and psychic. Poison dies to ground and psychic. Ooh, he might have Mud Shot or something on the Wartortle, actually. Yeah, just poison? Okay. He might have Mud Shot. So I could get Bro out. Obviously, I would want to use 420 and just use like... Oh, he has no grass moves. What a loser. I think the best move here is to use Bro. Because Water, Psychic, Bug, Dark, Ghost, Grass, Electric, I think we'll be okay. And just Confusion him. No, I don't have Ice moves. Look at how low these guys' levels are. Ice moves would be nice, though. Wait, no, Ice wouldn't help here. Water, Ground, Grass is like the most useful. Okay, we're gonna use Yawn and then go into Confusion. I completely forgot. He has Bite? Oh my god. We got so lucky he barely did anything. You steal TMs? So far, I've only stolen berries, but that's a good point. Wait, steal TMs? Wait, what do you mean? Wait, Mankey can't... Meowth can't steal TMs, can you? Alright, do we go for a disable here? Let's just go for a confusion. He used withdraw. What a loser. That's literally useless. I'm just gonna spam confusion now. Alright, we won. Somehow we beat frickin' blue. Or, you know. He used the bite. That's okay. Come on, critical hit, bro. Be useful for once. Come on, bro. Bro, are you serious? He's definitely gonna heal up. So, let's use disable. He used withdraw? Are you serious? I don't want to disable the withdraw. I could have killed War Turtle. I'm such an idiot. Alright, so he probably has water gun and bite. You're bad guy. Rules don't apply on you. The rules of the game do, though. If he has bite, all I'm scared of with poison is ground and psychic. So I'm just gonna change into nachos here. Bite shouldn't do much. Yeah, we'll just take him out with a peck. Get out of here, War Turtle. Just buy a gun and shoot Blue in the face. I wish. Wait, can I steal Blue's Pokemon? Can I steal his War Turtle? This is not even fair. Why, though? Do I just not have the right Pokemon? I just have to train harder. I need to get better. You just suck, bro. And I'm a team... Hey! I want to steal your Pokemon. Frickin' loser. Yeah, so we can't steal his Poke. Ugh, I'm not versing this guy. If this guy wants to verse me right now, I'm gonna cry. I was just looking for you. You know, I was the only burglar I've ever seen so far. Rad. Just kind of dug our way in there and shoot. No more TM for you, old man. What have you been up to? What? You maybe fought the spiky-haired kid? Yo, I just got chills. That's so cool. See, I told you that kid was probably nothing but a wimpy twerp. Isn't that crazy? They made red so much more powerful. That's so cool. Oh, this game is cool. Good thing we got that settled. I only wish I could have been there to whoop his ass, too. Probably want to head... Yo, I want to beat up Ronnie already. I'm a better bad guy than him. He's a loser. Archer will have reason to be proud. I have to talk to Giovanni, too. Holy mother of Mew. Run, Pong, run. Because of the police. That's actually mad funny. Giratina's a boy. The cops, how did they find us? Oh, that's why there's a hole. Yo, that's literally what happens in the original game. I'm such an idiot. There's a hole in that house because they snuck in and they stole. Oh my god, they link it so cool. From they're showing Team Rocket's like perspective so, and it's such a cool way. Oh, do you think they saw us? We have to get back in the hideout. I wonder what makes Giovanni good. This is so cool. I'm gonna save and see what happens if I go to the police guy. Alright, this doesn't count. I wouldn't do this in a real Nuzlocke. This is a real Nuzlocke, but I'm kind of curious to see what'll happen. Let's first heal our guys. Like, could I verse him? Is he gonna demolish? Does he have like level 40 Pokemon? Well, if it isn't one of your rockets. I'm a special officer sent by Lance. What? No, I won't be arresting you. Those aren't my orders. I'm here to facilitate your rehabilitation. I have a sludge bomb that can become yours so long as you keep your criminal record clean long enough. Pong? Well, let me check my registry. There's no bounty on your head. The moral road is a narrow one, but you walk it all the same. Keep up this behavior and this TM will be yours. Bro, you think I care about the stupid TM, bro? I'm a bad guy. I want a bounty on my head. Are you kidding me? Yo, it's actually mad sick so far. It's so cool. What's up, old man? That was cool. Look at that. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Ronnie looks mad cool. Okay? He just really looks cool. I don't know why. But anyway. You guys, you're not gonna believe this. The cops are in town. Yeah, I talked to one. They're up by the old TM collector's house. We only barely got away before they had us in cuffs. What do you think we're all so worked up over? What are we gonna do? You think they're onto us? But they couldn't have seen us. We're stealth-like. Back Clover! You can't know if at least one of us didn't slip up and get spotted at some point. I'm sure it doesn't take a genius of a bystander to spot a crew of rockets running around a house and connect the two. That's enough. Please be quiet. The police have arrived at the scene a lot quicker than they usually do, but there's no reason for them to suspect us. Even if they did, well, we've got enough influence in the Kanto Police Department. Let's go. Hell yeah. Unless, of course... There's an insider here. Oh no, did they see me talk to the police officer? Yo. I hope they didn't see that. How about you find some other place to watch this and right in front of my face? A renowned collector of technical machines was earlier today. A victim of vicious robbery. Police arrived, but were unable to catch the perpetrators. Our own Northern Kanto reporter, Ford Regular, reports. Ford Regular, what a weird name. Oh, look at that. I don't even know what happened. I was just up on my regular hype and I came back down and all my hard-earned teams were gone. To teach this here TM dig to some little Sandshrew. Now it's all gone. What a crybaby. Are digging their way into no good. That's funny. That's actually kind of funny. One of the daughter here was out playing in the vicinity. Damn, she witnessed it. Oh, she saw green hair. Oh. An ad? Tell me the plot. Oh, you're good now? Oh, okay, okay. So apparently, Jesus, this is crazy. The police, they burglared the house, the Team Rocket. So I went to the police guy and I was like, "Yo, what's up?" And he's like, "I'm not gonna arrest you, but if you keep up a good, clean record, you could have Sludge Bomb, the TM." I was like, "What? You crazy, bro?" You might have heard this part, but basically they stole Dig from this guy's house and then digged their way out of his house, and now there's an interview on TV about it. There's this creepy guy who tried to rob me earlier. Truly shocking. He's a really funny looking guy. He had green hair. Yo, Ronnie's so dumb, bro. These black pajamas. He had me fight him in a Pokemon battle. He tried to steal my Pokemon. I wouldn't let him have it. He said you're too old and then ran off. Oh, because that's a lass. She's like 14 or whatever. Yo. I'm led to understand that with the aid of this young lady's description, the Kanto Police Department has gotten rather a good idea of who might be behind this crime. That's correct. The speed with which the operation was carried out make it clear it was carried out by Team Rocket, basically. Do they not know about Team Rocket? Team Rocket, okay. Now you're good? Okay, cool. Oh, wait. I read that twice. You heard it here first, viewers. The Kanto Police Department believes, in other words, that this burglary was an act of organized crime by the notorious anti-government organization, Team Rocket. I love how they always dress in black with a red R. Like, come on. I think that these wretched criminals are currently on the loose, roaming the streets. Guard your homes and your Pokemon. Oh! Ooh! In light of this and other reported crimes, we reached out to Champion Lance for comment.
Why'd you have to do this? It's such a cool moment in the show. Lance is about to speak, and you ruined it. You ruined it. I hate Jesus.
I think I might increase the points for take a photo and for monkey and take a photo. What do you guys think? Sayonara. Okay. It has come to my attention that the Kanto region has recently been the victim of several acts of organized crime at the hands of this team of rocket losers. Hey, I'm not a loser. I'm also led to believe that this organization has perpetrated a number of lesser crimes, but that the local police force has had a tendency to turn a blind eye. I can do it. Thank you, bro. I love how they connect all the events with this one. It's good and funny, right? I agree. It's a great ROM hack. With this burglar, as well as with recent reports of similar mischievous behavior on Mount Moon and at Pokemon Tower in Lavender, the Rockets have proven themselves to pose a genuine threat to regional security. It is a great game, I agree. Oh yeah, I edited the rules, now they're longer. Make the underlings spend all of their points, my alt accounts and I can rule the pinkonomy. Yes, but I could put caps. Haha, quotias, as one may say. All of this is of course completely unacceptable. I have therefore decided to initiate a new program. We'll bring the Rockets to justice. We're stationing federal police agents in every major city. What the hell? You still have 3k in this ult? Wow. Combat larger criminal operations and will provide victims of crimes with a safe avenue in which to report their perpetrators. Furthermore, as of today, each and every identified member is a wanted criminal. For every Pokemon reported stolen by each member, the bounty on his or her head will increase. Let's go, baby! Time to increase that freaking bounty, baby! The region's most notorious crimes. Hell yeah! Businesses such as Pokemon's are also encouraged to deny service. Oh, snap. It's good I bought Hyper Potions earlier. Oh, good night, bro. Bye-bye! Of course, we want equally to encourage criminals who choose to renounce their past evil doings and become law-abiding citizens. Not me, baby. Hand back a stolen Pokemon? What are you, crazy? I'm not gonna hand back a stolen Pokemon. What are you, crazy? Lance is crazy. I'm gonna beat the hell out of Lance. You're going down, Lance. I can't wait till he dies. With these measures, we move confidently in the direction of a crime-free Kanto. No lowly thugs should ever be allowed to threaten the security or the well-being of this proud region. What a loser. That is all. Damn, that's kind of crazy stuff to say. I just got chills looking at that. Working around the clock to implement their anti-crime program. Yo, this is so cool! Oh, what a great game. ... Oh no, they're onto us. Oh, damn it. It's all because of the green-haired boy. Oh, he's gonna get in so much trouble. Roddy, you worthless piece of crap. Now we got the police and the government on our heels because you couldn't keep yourself from robbing every little girl. That sounds kind of sus. Hey, nice song. Why can't you just stick to the mission? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. But guys, how was I supposed to know? Shut up, you're a loser. That's enough, Grunt. Be quiet. Kick him out of here. I'm tired of him. He's so annoying. Lance, that son of a Granbull. Like he hasn't known about our operations for ages already. Lol. Grunts, the day Lance gives a rat-a-tat his ass about Kanto safety will be the day I die. But he has clearly decided that now is a good time to seem like a do-gooder. Damn! The bloody pulp to which you and your family will be beaten should you ever reveal any confidential information should not be news to you. Jesus. Green dum-dum color? Change your color then, bro. Oh, to him? Actually, your color is kind of green. On Twitch, for me at least. Besides that, I don't really... But yeah. Archie's hair looks mad sexy. I'll be honest though, I'd rather have green hair than pink hair. But I'm growing to like my pink hair. I don't really care whether any of you get the police on your tail. You rob or refrain from robbing as you see fit. You personally suffer whatever consequences. That's right. That's I like that. I've yet to meet a Kanto policeman who's totally immune to bribery. Keep doing as you've been told. You still get to be Pokemon gangsters. Just don't be stupid about it. Bro, this is literally like the Mafia. This is like the 70s, 80s when New York mayor started going after them. This is so cool. I'm colorblind, so I trust you when you tell you this. Oh, yeah, it is green. My bad. I forgot about that. I won't pretend like my capacity for giving praise to anyone at all was not a little hampered, but I'll try my best. Great work on your mission, Pong. Let's go. I'm going to personally commend you to boss for a job well done. Wait, did I even do the job? Trust you with another high-stakes mission. Ooh, but wait, did I do my job? He didn't accept the job. We have to still negotiate. We're involved in a smuggling deal with a certain gym leader. That's right. Given his rather public status, it should come as no surprise that Surge happens to be a Rocket sympathizer. Dun dun dun! Wow. Dun! You like that? I made the zoom-ins much more nice. It zooms in and out mad nice now. So I could be like, what? Oh, that's so cool. The good lieutenant has managed to get a number of rare Johto Pokemon smuggled into the SS. And they still make us do the same order of the original game. Scientists have synthesized in the lab are here in the other room. Go pick them up and head south to get there. The rocket admin who's stationed there is a bit of a downer, but you should probably meet up with him just to lend yourself a bit more credibility. Cool. I wonder if I have to verse Surge. That's a good lad. You've done well, Pong. Now pick up the drugs from the scientists and head on over. Let's go, baby. So clean, right? It looks so good, right? It took me a while, but I did it today. Damn, this guy watches cat videos all the time. Took us ages to get it strong, but here's the stuff he wanted. Treat it with care. I got steroids, baby! Oh, you see those steroids? Maybe I'll add a steroids channel point thing. Steroids channel points. If I can. If I could find something like that. You know what? Let's look for it right now. Alright? I want you guys to see it. Steroids. Oh, steroids. Look at that. Look at that muscle. Jesus Christ, that's actually kind of scary. Looking at the snap camera. This is Snapchat filters I could add. Okay, muscles. Hey, look at that! Look at those muscles, bro! Yo! Yo, oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Oh, muscle! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! You kind of hard, bro. Bro, I work out every day. Every day of my life. Yeah, we're gonna add that. We're gonna add that right now. As a new channel point. If I can. Muscles! Eddie. Let me just add a Control F. Control Shift F7. Hopefully that does nothing. Control Shift F7. Control F7 I said, right? Control Shift F7. You guys are gonna see how I do it live. Well, you don't see it, but muscles. Keyboard press. Control Shift F7. I don't know why Avatar isn't a thing. What do you mean? Avatar! Also, when you sub, it pops up. See? Doesn't that look good? I look so good bald. Yeah, let me just add a delay here. Let's put muscles for 10 seconds. I think 10,000 milliseconds is 10 seconds, right? Muscles. We'll make it a channel point reward right now. I don't think I have space for channel point rewards. I have to delete one of mine. I have too many. What do we delete? I'm gonna delete make me use a certain gun. This is a channel point reward I used to have when I played a lot of Call of Duty. Cost 150 points. Make me use gun. Ellie. Let's just delete that. And bada bing, bada boom, we could add muscles. Muscles! 10 seconds. How much should we make it cost? 100. 69. 69 sounds good. And we'll make it every... I can't do it for like 10 minutes. How about that? Action. Muscles. Hey, we got another new reward now. Let's go. Alright, let's continue the game. Muscles! Look, man, I work out every freaking day, baby. Look at this, Cortez. Every day, baby. This is every day. Look at this. Look at this muscles. Oh, they go away sometimes, though. How you doing, Cortez? How you doing? Hola, homo estas? Okay, I have to go south. I want to see what this guy says. Is anyone there? No, I don't think anyone's there. Yo, I'm such a cool guy. Okay, I kind of want to train a bit longer, though. Oh, police. A rocket. I'm going to give you this experience share if you keep your record clean long enough. There's no bounty on your head. Give me the experience share. I want the experience share. What the hell? Since we're evil, we're not going to be able to get any items. But F those items, bro. We don't need them. We're freaking Team Rocket, baby. I want to see what he says. Rocket, talk to me. Sorry about kicking you out. It's Pokemon League policy. Perhaps we could make an exception, perhaps, maybe? Listen up. In a house in the city, down south, there lives an old bald man. He's very bad for our dojo. He sits in his house, gives out the TM for Psychic. Damn, they knock out all our Pokemon. You, go beat up Mr. Psychic. No more TM Psychic for trainers. If you do this, I'll give it to you. A special reward. Hell yeah, we're doing that. Let's beat someone up, baby. Lasagna. No habla espagnol. Espabso. Absol. Nice. That deserves a wow. That was actually beautiful. Yo, this is mad sick. This gym's not for bums and petty. What a loser. Yo, this is actually mad sick. Time to beat up a loser. Hopefully he doesn't own us. Don't say a word. You came to beat me up. I don't want any trouble. I'll give you my TM. I'll give it to you if you promise not to beat me up. Do we get Psychic, guys? Or do we beat him up? We're gonna beat you up and get Psychic. Frickin' loser. Come at me. Bro, he better not have really high level Pokemon. Frickin' old man. Oh, level 14. Oh shit, Psychic! Wait, I didn't think this through. Oh, he wanted to use Copycat. I want to know how this game is gonna end. I know, right? Let's yawn. Mr. Mime's mad weird typing. I always forget its type. It's like Psychic Fairy or something, right? It is Psychic Fairy. I'm a genius. Poison, Steel, and Ghost kill it. Psychic probably doesn't do well. Let's Water Gun you. We're just gonna Water Gun you. And Water Gun you. Keep sleeping, loser. What a loser. Ha! Drowsy. Wait, I'm an idiot. Our boy is a Psychic. He could get killed. Right, guys? We should have trained up Mouth more. I mean, we could still change into Mouth and use Bite. First, let's use Fake Out for some easy... Come on, Bite, do some crazy damage. Let's go. Hypnosis? Are you kidding me? He tried to use Disable. What an idiot. Oh, headbutt. Alright, you gotta wake up, Mouth. Oh, his Oranberry kicked in. I didn't even realize he had one. Damn it. Okay, it doesn't look like he has any psychic moves, which is nice. Kadabra. Ugh. Alright, let's go with bro over here. Damn. Kinesis is actually annoying. We'll go with Water Gun. Why didn't Water Gun... There we go. Let's use Yan. Thankfully, all he has is stupid, Confusion. Jesus. Critical hit. Let's go. Get out of here, Kadabra. What do you want? Don't say it. You want me to stop giving out TMs? Fine, I'll stop. Just please don't hurt me. But... Oh, I can't steal it. Damn it. I can't steal Psychic. Maybe that guy gives me something. Let's not talk to the police now, though. I wonder if I go to jail if I talk to the police with a record. I want to know what my bounty is. How's it going? Did you teach Mr. Psychic a lesson? Hell yeah. Give me something now. Is he going to give me a Pokemon? Take one of our prize fighting Pokemon. No way. Hitmonlee? Or Hitmonchan? Damn it. Now, if you guys remember, okay? We have a rule here. And the rule for one of the Nuzlocke rules is that we cannot catch Pokemon. We have to steal every Pokemon that we use. Which means we cannot take one of these Pokemon. God damn it, bro. What a shitty reward. It's like literally worst case scenario. At least I was able to beat him up. That made me feel good. Alright. You hunt in the eye. Less than nothing will be alright then just back. Alright, we have to train. Okay, we're gonna steal from this person. But we have to train our guys a little more. They're kind of sucky right now. Let's just verse her. There aren't many bugs out here. Yes! Weedle. Caterpie. And Paris. Really? Yeah, we're gonna steal a Pokemon, baby. Now, if you guys remember, we cannot steal duplicate Pokemon because of our duplicate rule as well for the Nuzlocke. And we have caught... we had a Butterfree, which is from Caterpie, obviously. We have a Paris on our team right now. Weedle? I don't think we actually ever got a Weedle or stole a Weedle. So, right, guys? We never got a Weedle or a Beedrill. So we could steal Weedle, actually. We did on a previous run, but not on this run, yeah. So, let's steal that Weedle. What are we naming Weedle, guys? Haha, stupid bug catcher. His name is Keigo. This is a Japanese name. Weedle. Alright, since we have no suggestions in chat, Uniworm. Okay. That sounds alright, that sounds alright. Everything would be alright then just breaking up let this music make you fly. Uniworm it is. Wormicone. Oh, too late, it's Uniworm. I like bugs, so I'm going back to Viridian Forest. I don't care. Is that a double battle? Oh, Jerusalem, you take me high. Alright. This is a private conversation. Oh, how much I'm gonna steal your Pokemon. This is gonna be so enjoyable. Stupid picnicker. Pikachu. Pikachu! What do we verse? What do we do? We don't have ground. Let's do double kick. Ugh, we're paralyzed. Ugh, I hate losing. Yeah, we're gonna steal a Pokemon. Yo, we got a Pikachu, baby. Let's go. Give me your stupid Pikachu. Which means we could replace one of our sucks with Pikachu right now. In case one of our sucks dies. What are we naming Pikachu, baby? Elia Hussein. Oh, Pikachu. Or do we name her after Ash Ketchum? Peekaboo. How about Peekaboo? I don't know. Name her Raichu. Pick to you. I guess that does work, sure. Pick to you. Yeah, no one's gonna mess with Pick to you. Sub to Ping. I usually name my rivals Sub or Sub to me, obviously. Which you know already, but I can't do it this time. We'll do Pick to you. Hell yeah. Alright, time to release someone, okay? Time to release someone. Who will we release? I'm spinning the wheel. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, wait. Who will we release? Ooh! That'll be 5. Damn it! Mouth is gone. Shit, we needed him to pick up items. God damn it. Are you serious, bro? What is that BS? God damn it, Mouth. Alright, let's take your item first. Oranberry. God damn it. Yo, police officer, don't talk to me. I wonder if they verse you. Alright, Mouth. I'm happy we didn't train you even more. You freaking lahoozer. Okay? It's time for you to die. Goodbye. Feel a breeze blow by, yo, I'm getting you high. Oh, 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 oh. Alright. The big question on everyone's mind. Wait, Meowth is dead, right? Let me just write it down. The big question on everyone's mind. On everyone's mouth. Lol. Who do we add? Sandshrew is the highest level, actually. But Pick to You is probably best for type coverage. Let's see what everyone's moves are. We got Oddish with Absorb, so we have a grass move. Boulder has Rollout. Poison Sticks suck. And he has Thunder Shock. We're gonna go with Pick to You, okay? You're on the team, baby. Oh, I can't wait to steal more Pokemon with you. Pick a Jew. Pikachu. Hashimelo Kenu. Let me just add him on the team. Pikachu. There we go. There we freaking go. If you keep stealing, you risk losing him. That's true. That's actually true. But I don't care. Not... Yeah, it's not Fat Pikachu. Alright. Who's there? Quit listening in on us. I'm gonna steal your stupid Pokemon too. We haven't stolen a Psyduck yet. So I'm gonna look forward to stealing this one. Horn Attack. Oh, it does 65 damage. Get out of here, Furry Attack. I just can't win! Freaking loser. We're gonna name you Donald. Because it's like Donald Duck. I'm so funny. Or Donald Trump. Or whatever. Whisper, whisper. So we got ourselves a freaking... what is it? What did we just get? A Psyduck. Lucas. Why Lucas? Oh, another Pokemon to steal. We can't steal Putterfree. Get out of here. But we still will steal it. We're gonna name you A. You're just an identification number. Hell yeah, baby. I hope the police... He's standing right there. We still don't have anyone with fly, which sucks. Butterfree's level 14. So... But you know what? Doesn't matter. Because we can't use you. You freaking loser. We literally caught you just to release you. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Because we're evil. Because of the duplicates clause. Ooh. Let's go. More Pokemon to steal, baby. More Pokemon to steal. Ha 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 ha. Bad guy. I don't like that song, but that's a good one to put now. Have we stolen a sparrow? I don't think we have, but who wants a freaking sparrow? We're gonna get far-fetched. Far-fetched, baby. You know what that means. Time to release another Pokemon. Let's go! What are we naming this stupid bird? Ugh. Let's go. I'll give you a free one. Oh wait, that's the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Let's go. You want to name him Let's? Well, name him Plain? Yes, because that makes sense. Your name shall now be Plain until you get sacrificed. I want to get stronger. What's your secret? Stealing Pokemon. Stupid. Huh? You want to talk to me? What an idiot. I want to steal your Pokemon. I want to steal your Pokemon, you idiot. I want to steal your Pokemon. So stupid. I want to steal his Pokemon. I also just wanted to keep pressing those buttons, to be honest. Drinking Rattata's blood, hell yeah. Stupid ass Dodo. Rattata? Bye. What do we steal? Okay, so technically we've never stolen a Rattata, but it was the first Pokemon we were given, so we're not allowed to have it. Okay, guys? That's gonna be my rules. As for Dodo, we haven't stolen a Dodo, so we're gonna steal it. Oh wait, I forgot to release a Pokemon. Wait, I'm stupid. Your name will be Bird, because I don't care for you. Actually, it's gonna be Birdo. I should bring more Pokemon with me. I'll be safer that way. Yeah, stupid. Alright. It's time to release a Pokemon. Will Bro or Nachos, Dodo, will Bro or Nachos be killed? The moment of truth. Ooh, Jesus, God damn it. We just lost Pikachu. Aww. Are you freaking kidding me, bro? Oh my God. What is this stupid song? We literally just got him. Oh, this is bad, guys. Alright, get out of here, Pikachu. You don't deserve to be with us. Freaking loser. Get out of here. Oh. Quietly lurking. Hey, what's up, Diego? Thanks for the lurk. You can do it! Thank you, bro. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yo, look at these freaking muscles. That's what happens when you work out every day, baby. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that sexy? You wish you had a guy who had muscles like this. Or, you know, a girl that had muscles like this. I have to go in a bit to walk for an hour. No worries. Thanks for the lurk. You're so strong. Jesus, calm down. Alright, who do we add to the team? With everyone dying, let's add a suck. Uniworm. You're gonna be on the team, okay? Because you suck. Freaking stupid worm. It's literally a worm. Let's get Weedle in there. Why do I have to lose Pikachu? At least we didn't lose one of our, you know, others. Okay. Jesus, these cops are everywhere. Alright, we just got Dodobo. We have 19 Pokemon caught. 8 Pokemon dead. Wait, that math does not seem right. We have 20 divided by... Oh no, 8, yeah, 8 Pokemon dead. Oh, here's my face. Sorry, I forgot about my face. What happens if we talk to him? A Rocket Bandit. 30 Ultra Balls. I've seen worse in my days, but you're on a dangerous path. The bounty on your head is 21,000. Let's go. Wait. Hand in Pokemon. Wait, what? I don't understand. Aren't they supposed to take me down? If my bounty is 21,000. Did I just lose 21,000? I'm so confused. Ugh, the song's so stupid. So the cops give you things if you're nice. Yeah, they give you things if you're nice, but... Okay, I still have access to stuff here. Let's buy some super potions. We don't need Pokeballs, obviously. Antidotes are actually insanely important. Awakening. Ice Heal. That should be good. You're a bad guy. Why do you hate the song? I don't like it. I don't know. Because I heard it in karaoke so often. I'm still so confused. Like, if he's a cop, shouldn't he arrest me? Well, I guess I'm going down a dangerous path, but I have a bounty. Doesn't that mean, like, you're supposed to catch me? Like, I don't get it. No, well, have it your day. Like, nothing happened. Let's see if I lost money. I literally lost no money. I'm so confused. He should, but he can't because he's weak. Oh, is that what it is? What if I bribe him? I want to bribe him. My god, the idea. I'm unwavering. Not so loud now. How much are we talking? I'll bribe him 1,000. I want to see what he does. What can you do? Your bounty has been lowered. Oh, so if you bribe them, they lower your bounty. Well, I don't necessarily want that. I want my bounty to be high. I want to be like freaking Luffy, baby. I want to be Luffy. I want to be a Luffy with that bounty, you know what I'm saying? Alright, that was cool. So he just tells me my bounty. If you bribe cops, you're doing bad things. Yeah, I know, it costs a lot of money. It is a win-win. Yeah, that's why I felt like it wasn't a bad thing to bribe, but I also want my bounty to be really high. Yes, I'm one of Professor Oak's aides. AIDS. Wait, what? What? No, that's AIDS. AIDS, see? That's mad funny. I'm putting up a building. Can I beat you? Who is John Galt? What? Can I verse you? I want to steal your Pokemon. I guess because you could bribe most police officers, they don't turn you in the hopes that you bribe them. Just yeah, of course. I might get you some special treats I fished up for you. What do you say? Yeah, bro, do it. I've got 2 brothers. These twats don't have half the experience of the fishing game. Young, attractive trainers fishing about with my brother's rods. I want you to go spy on them. Ha. Yes. Hell yeah, we're gonna pry them from their dead cold hands. Hell yeah. It's showing how crazy people are. I love it. Even if they are the same Pokemon have, yeah. Alright, let's move on in the game. Do you have a Sparrow? Want to trade it? No, you stupid. I want to steal your Pokemon. I just adore my seal. What's that R for? I bet it's Rapidash. You have good taste. Oh, thanks. How do they not know about Team Rocket? Freaking losers. Alright. Let's check this out. Getting my pigeon to fly a letter. Okay, what do you want from me? I'm a Team Rocket member. Okay, so we do have access to this area. Ooh, Diglett's Cave. We have access to Diglett's Cave. We fought an awakening. Yes! Time to steal more freaking Pokemon, baby. We're gonna double kick you. I'm gonna peck you. Hell yeah. We can't... we can't use Ekans, but... So we're not gonna nickname you. My mommy told me cheaters never win. I didn't cheat, you loser. I just stole your Pokemon after I beat you. What an idiot. Now, yes, every Pokemon I'm using is a stolen Pokemon. But, you know, let's not talk about that. What is this? What is this song? You steal just to kill. Hell yeah. I released them. I literally released them into the wild so that they could die. Yes, another person to steal from. Frickin' old man. A horsey. Hell yeah, I'll take a horsey. Are you kidding me? Haha, loser. Give me your stupid ass horsey. What are we nicknaming it? Horsey. We're gonna have to release someone again, though. You're a great Rocket member. Thank you. Keep him in the box? Yeah, I will. Her in the box. Yeah, I will, though. Your name's gonna be... C. I'm naming you. Pokemon is life, and to live is to play games. Damn, he's so chill about me stealing his Pokemon. Alright, I think we have to go on the ship soon. I don't really remember. So let's just see what happens if we approach the sea. Oh, we have to first get rid of a Pokemon. We have to get rid of a Pokemon. Who do we get rid of? I mean, we don't get to choose, but... Who will it be? If we get 1 or 2, it's not gonna be a good run. Come on, who are we getting? Who are we getting? Three! Monkey is out. Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah, get out of here, stupid monkey. Stupid monkey. Oh. That's good. That's great, actually. That was close, though. Mankey is dead. Hell yeah. Let's go replace our things. Get the hell out of here, you monkey. Get out of here, monkey. No respect. Get out of here. I love the transition that I fixed it now. It's so much better now, right? Alright, so that's 9 Pokemon dead now. Hell yeah. Oh, who do we pick? Who do we pick? Let's pick our lowest level guy. Now, let's pick Dodo. Stupid Birdo. You suck, Birdo. You're one of the worst Pokemon in existence. Let's put him on the team. I don't want the team to be too weak. I was looking up Birdo right now. Disco, 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 disco. There he is. There he is. It is. Disco, 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 disco. What is this song? My bounty better have gone up a lot. Gotta steal some more Pokemon. Dodo can learn fly, I think? No. Oh, yeah, it's a flying type. The frickin' most stupid thing ever. But thank you. That's actually very, 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 very helpful, bro. Hell yeah. Actually, he might be helpful. That's kind of crazy. Watch out for live wires. Oh, I get it. I don't remember what kills Magnemite. Okay, let me actually think. Fighting kills it because it's steel. I'm a genius. Get out of here, Magnemite. We'll just double kick here. I can't steal your Pokemon. God damn it. Yes! Yes! More Pokemon to steal, baby. Ooh. Reversing ourselves. Okay, we're gonna have to release them. But, you know, it's fine. No nickname. Yes, so many youngsters here. Did he use rollout? Oh, Jesus. That could have been bad. Sandshrew. You see, I'm kind of happy that there's a lot of duplicates, to be honest. Because it means we could steal Pokemon and release them. But, you know, it doesn't count. By the way, do you think I should be counting all the Pokemon I'm taking and releasing as deaths? Or not? Because right now, the death counter only counts Pokemon that I've caught, used, and died. I just thought of that. Should the death counter count the... Death counter. Count all Pokemon stolen. Even if not on team. I feel like that's smarter, right? I'm gonna look at it for next stream to do that. Let's steal Sandshrew. No nickname. Leave me alone. That's, yeah, but I think if you keep stealing duplicates, you're gonna end up with no Pokemon. Oh, no. I'm gonna steal duplicates, but they don't... Every time I steal duplicates, they don't count towards the death... towards the, every other Pokemon I steal thing. So if you look at the rules, which I've updated, even though it's long now... Yeah. It says, you cannot switch out party members with Pokemon. See, duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon of the same evolution line must be stolen and released. Doesn't affect the first rule. Yeah, so I'll just count it as deaths anyway. Because it's still a death when I'll release it. Even though it's not really a death. Yes, another Pokemon to steal. The good thing / bad thing is that there's a lot of duplicates, so we're not going to be forced to release a lot, you know? But at the same time, you know. Oh, wait, we never had a Bellsprout? Really? We never had a Bellsprout, guys. It is death because you killed him. True. So... Didn't you have the evolution? Bellsprout's evolution is no, oh, that's why. It was on a different run that we had it, remember? Yeah, that was last run, yeah. We both remembered like at around the same time. Alright, so our next Pokemon is Bellsprout. Don't worry, we don't need to release anyone yet. I think I'll add another counter for deaths. For all deaths. For next time. For tomorrow's stream. So we'll take a Bellsprout. What are we gonna name you? What are we naming him? Yo, these songs are fire. What the hell? Ooh-wah, ooh-wah, ooh-wah. For fun deaths, exactly. It'll like have a smiley face next to it. That's I don't know where to put it on the screen, but I'll figure it out. Name him Weed. Okay. Weed. Well, I wonder if there's a weed thingy. Snapchat filter. Let's look it up. Weed. Nope. Smoke. You know the smoking meme? How about meme if we just look up meme? Ooh. What? What is that? How scary is that? Ah! Ah! Imagine someone just popping in right now. What else we got? What is this? Meme format? What is that? That's dumb. Yo. Yo, what's up, bro? How's everything going? Yeah. What's this? Look for creepy Pokemon filters? True. What the hell? I don't think let's see. Pokemon. Oh, we got this. Help me! Help! What else do we got? That one's good. Oh, what is this? Okay. Turn around? What? What happens if I turn around? That was weird. Oh, you know which one I have saved? Well, I really like the. I really like this one. Jesus Christ, bro. What? I'm gonna stand here. I'm gonna stand here. How about this one? How does this one look? Hey guys, how are things going? My name is Pikachu. What's your name?
What's your name?
Yeah, that one was creepy. What the hell? The stickers are so lame. Oh my god, look! I'm in the Pokemon League? Huh? I don't get it. Name him Pokefan? True. Oh my god, guys, I'm in the Elite Four. What's this? I don't know what this one is. The rest kind of suck. Hey! What the hell? Is that supposed to be Charmander? Jesus Christ, that's freaky. Oh my god. I am Detective Pikachu. Jesus Christ. That's actually one of the scariest ones. Oh no! Oh my god, no! Yo, should I just have this on This is shitpost? Should I just have this on for the rest of the stream? Be like, what's up, guys? Actually, this one is probably the creepiest one. What's up, guys? Alright, let's turn that off. It's a bit scary. That one could be a Pokestalker. It does look like a Pokestalker, right? Oh wait, I should save the scarier one. I saved this one by accident, but not the other one. Oh no, I already have it saved. It's here. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's play the game. Help me!
Pokemon.
Oh, we got this. Yo, that's me, bro.
Help me! Help!
Oh wait, you guys don't see me reacting to it. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god, why am I such a bad streamer? I'm such a bad streamer.
Help me! Pokemon.
Oh, we got this. Help! Help me!
Pokemon.
Oh, that's beautiful. Alright, let's get back to everything. But I should have a kill switch so they're we're in the Matrix now. I know, right? wait. Let me make a kill switch real quick. So it just shuts off all of them. You know? I don't know if there's a button for that, but it doesn't look like there's a button for that. Oh, turns lens off and on. Yeah, let's do Control Shift. I really hope Control Shift doesn't do anything. Control Shift F9. Control Shift F12 actually. Turn off the CPU. Oh, that's actually smart. Yeah, let me try that one. Wait, it says turn on and off. So if I... Oh, it turns on. The one that's the one I used last. Oh. Wait, so what's the point of that? I don't... It's not that useful. I'll leave it. Because I don't know, because I'm streaming, if it's on or off, you know, sometimes. Hey, this song's sexy. X defend. Somehow we still have our boy, best boy right here. Just peck. Oh, wait, we gotta actually heal up. I didn't pay attention. Come on, come on, come on. So many more Pokemon to steal. Oh, this is such a great day. I'm feeling so good. Yes. Alright, let's heal up. Imagine they don't let you use the PC after a while. Let's, Sancho, you're out. Bye, loser. Who else are we getting rid of? Nidorino. Bye, loser. Yes. Life is now beautiful. Okay. I hope my bounty is insanely high. Alright, let's verse you. I have never lost. Get ready to lose and lose a Pokemon, old man. Let's go, baby. Level 26, baby. Yes. I don't think we've stolen the Magnemite yet. I'm legit thinking to just print out something of every single Pokemon and just cross them out as we steal more and more. I did not think pick of all pokes. I didn't think we would be able to steal so many. Technically, we've stolen more than 21. Ooh, maybe that counter could be for how many we've released. Yeah, maybe we turn that counter for how many. It's crazy, right? Yeah. All right, Magnemite. I think that counter right next to my head is gonna. I'm gonna make that the one. Yeah, I'm gonna make that. All right, let's get Magnemite in there. We haven't stolen Magnemite. So much easier than catch it yourself. I know, right? Wait. First, what are we naming? Magnemite, obviously. But also, I think we ran into a how many Pokemon died? 9 Pokemon died. But we're on 22? Was that our 20... Oh, that was our 22nd Pokemon. We have to release someone now. Alright, what are we naming you? Electro. I don't know. It sounds like electric and you're electric steel. And I'm a genius. I don't know. I lied. I've actually lost many times. I just want you to think I'm cool. Oh. I wonder if they changed the line for that or that guy always said it. Alright. Want to get 69? That's hell yeah, we're going for 69. Hell yeah, baby. Are you kidding me? I'm going to count it for next stream. How many we've caught and stuff. Okay, guys. Someone's dying. Time for the wheel, baby. We're going to leave this song on. If we roll a 1, a 2, or a 6, it's not the best news. But let's see what we roll. We lost Nachos. Oh my god, the zooming in and zooming out is so fun. It looks so professional. But Jesus, we lost Nachos. Starry night. That's actually pretty sad. F's in chat. Damn. Good. The good thing is we've stolen high-level Pokemon, so we should be able to, you know, do something about that. But at least we have Fly also. All right, I'm not gonna lie, Nachos. You were a good guy. You were helpful, but you are dead now. Goodbye and thank you for your service. Now the hard part. Figuring out who to take his spot. We have Slowpoke. What levels are these guys? Horsey? Do we want to bring Horsey in that close? Nah, we already have Bro, which has water. We have a lot of normal types, or like, I don't know, sucky types, I feel. I completely forgot about that. Did you like that? I added that today. Alright, let me move that. Let's make that smaller. Double digits, baby. Double digits. There we go. Was that a good one? It's your turn? What do you mean it's my turn? What's up, Nathan? Welcome back, bro. Who do we put? Jesus, why does Side-Eye look... Side-Eye. Why does Donald look like he freaking smoked weed or something? Look at his eyes. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Oh, chess? Oh yeah, I haven't gone on today, did I? I'll do it later. Alright, let's see. Okay, we don't want to add Donald because we already have a water type. Who do we add? We could add Farfetch'd. What moves do they have? We got Knockoff. He has a dark and a bug move, which is actually pretty useful. We can have Electro, who has Thunder Shock, and Sonic. Sonic Boom's actually insanely powerful early game. Because it does 40 damage or something, right? Oh, 20 damage. It might not be as useful now. Na, 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 na. You play good combo with the monkey. Yo, that's actually true. You play when I'm class, so you play in stream. That's fair. Oh, fine. I'll do one move right here, okay? Yeah, it was. I'm happy you like that. I was so excited making that that zoom in. Hey, this song sounds nice. All right, you know what? I've decided. We're gonna go with plain. Actually, nah, we already have someone that could like use flying moves. We'll go with Electro here. Electro is on the team. I looked up Electro Magnemite. You're not new, bro. I can't play chess the whole time, bro. I'm trying to play this game too. Oh, it's so good because he's a highish level. Oh, I love it. We might have to train slow a bit though, because they're too low altogether. We're gonna train bro to like level 25 or 24 maybe. What's your next mission, by the way? My next mission is to catch this drowsy. No, my next mission. What is my next mission? It's a high level mission. I'm supposed to go to another city and do something. I don't really. Oh, and deliver some goods. I think I'm supposed to go to Viridian, which is to my right. Oops, did not mean to use that move. He levels up so quickly. I play in chess. Wait, what just happened? I just got a sexy move. Alright, let's go Confusion. Jesus. That did so much damage. Let's go heal up. We don't want to lose one of our strongest Pokemon. Oh yeah, the drugs. Oh yeah, the steroids. Yeah, that's literally why we added that, yeah. I'm excited. Having so many channel points that do different stuff that doesn't get in the way of stream but still like fun to do. It's just nice. Wake up! Oh my god, you loser. Sparrow does so much damage. You tell me we can hide enough. Just get to level 20. Once we get more HMs, actually, I just realized that. Yo, that's crazy. Once we get more HMs, and we could teach, like, powerhouse moves, like Surf and, Surf. So that's actually mad cool if you think about it. Did he use Disable? Are you serious? What an annoying. Oh, that was dumb. I should have used Confusion. Yeah, level 23 should be enough. Oh, come on, bro. Just die. I want to be known, bro, in Team Rocket. I want them to look at my freaking stuff and be like, damn, you stole a lot of Pokemon. You're beasts. You're a baby. You're a baby beast, you know? Alright, let's verse this guy. I'm getting tired of it. Training. Confusion. Get out of here. Freaking Rattata? Think I want a stupid Rattata, bro? A Meowth? Mouth did well, but he's dead now. Time to steal one of your stupid Pokemon. What a loser.
There's a fat Pokemon that comes down from the mountains, kind of like your mom.
Whoa! Bro, can I beat up kids in this game? Bro, beat him up. He just said your mom joke to me. What the hell? Bruh. Oh my god. You need to add a reward of you playing Sweet Home Alabama? What, like, on guitar or the song? That kid is mad rude. Oh, you played in chess? Bro, I can't do it every time. You see how... That was a good move, right? Because I was able to steal your bishop. I've never won before. Oh, damn it. Ooh, we're gonna get a Growlithe. Let's go. I don't want to remove anything, to be honest. Bakamitai. But his special attack is better than his attack. On guitar and singing? For like 69 points? I could do that, sure. I'll do that right after this. I don't know. His attack... Wait, what did I say? His attack is better, yeah? Or his special attack? Oh no, his special attack is better. We don't need no headbutt. Vulpix. Freaking loser Vulpix. Wait, I should have used Water Gun before. I'm an idiot. I saw that coming. Time to steal a freaking Pokemon, baby. Do we want Growlithe or Vulpix? We've never gotten either, but Jesus Christ. I'm going to say Vulpix, assuming that we're going to run into Growlithe or Arcanine later on. And I'd rather steal a higher level Growlithe. But what if we never run into a Growlithe? Oh, no. This is such a hard decision. Well, I prefer Growlithe. You know what? We're going to go with Vulpix. I do have the comparison site open here, but nah. Because we could run into a Growlithe later for all we know, you know? Oh, Bakamitai. Vulpix. Vulpix, baby. Your name is gonna be... Kurama? Oh my god, that's actually brilliant. I was gonna do Pixelmon, because Pix... Your name will be Kuruma! Suyuki Subide. Damn, I guess put the song on again. I just noticed. Na, 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 na. Kurama, baby. Your name is Kurama, baby. I actually hope Kurama survives. Escape rope. That's actually useful. We're not gonna verse that guy, because we don't need to. I wonder if we could steal from other guys, like, if we already versed them. You just checked that? Yeah, I made it this time? Oh, nice. Growlithe has better stats by far. Yeah, I already knew that. Growlithe is like a really insane Pokemon. I just didn't want to get it because it's low level. And I'm assuming we'll have another chance to steal one. But what do I know? Wow. Anime reference is awesome. True.
Wow.
Wow. Alright, I'm not going to verse this guy. I want to see if I could steal his Pokemon later. Before going into the tunnel, I want to see if they block off this side for me. My colleagues from Saffron Gates told me to ignore any pink-haired guys in Team Rocket uniforms. Oh, well, I guess there's no one here then. Hell yeah, baby. You're a Rocket? Well, catching guys, that's someone else's job. I'm just a gate guard, okay? No one can blame me. Hell yeah, baby. It's funny that the road here is so narrow that just one Pokemon lying in the way blocks off Snorlax. I just don't see why everyone thinks that's so funny. I'm one of his aides. Oh, so you can't get the stuff from him. That makes sense. Aww. Oh, indeed. We don't catch Pokemon here anyway, so it doesn't matter. The game wants us to go to the tunnel. What do you say? It visits Vermilion. Wait, I'm gonna save here, okay? I don't want to make a mistake. It's not cheating if it's cheating. Okay, guys? Do you have a ticket? Oh, I don't have the ticket. Never mind. I can't. Okay, so this is the way I have to go. Time to go through Dicklet Tunnel, baby, which isn't even necessary in the main game. Freaking. Actually, I forgot. Because this isn't a randomizer, this is actually perfect. We could practice. We could train here. That's actually great. It's great. I want inside Rock Tunnel, but it's pitch black and it's scary in there. Yeah, Rock Tunnel sucks. But I don't want Flash. It's so useless. True. That's like every trainer in the world. Ooh, you changed your color. It's not cheating if the chat doesn't say it. True. True. True? Is that true? Sweet home. Oh, now no Diglets pop out. Are you kidding me? Science so blue. Let's just get you to like level 25. You need to carry. What level does Bro evolve at? We'll just get you to 24 actually. Jesus, nothing pops out. No offense, but it sounds good. Bro, you can't do fuck New York. What is that, bro? I'm gonna ban that song. This color, it's called Ladrillo. Ladrillo. Why, of course. Oh my god, this is how they push you to Vermilion. That's actually mad cool. God, why are barging into my horse rocket? I won't have it. Is this acceptable behavior? Yes, I'm a freaking rocket. Oh, he wants an Abra. We have an Abra. We could trade for Mr. Mime. Huh. But we're not gonna give him what he wants. Stupid child. I don't even know if we have an Abra, actually. No, we don't have an Abra. Never mind. Good fellow. Nice weather. Now, I got this hunch, see. I think you came here because you're looking for a certain HM. I don't want no Flash. I don't care about Flash. No. Stinky Cantonians wouldn't know a good deal for Tapton. It's meant to make a living. Can I verse him? I'm a freaking Team Rocket. Ugh, I want to beat him up so badly. Wait. Fine. We'll buy it. Does he literally gives us a flashlight for $1,000? 19th century technology at such outrageous prices. Simple, because no one else in this wacky region are selling it. So true. That's actually hilarious. Hey, welcome back, Nico. Abra's better, though. That's actually true, too. It's like brick. Oh, brick color. It does look like a brick. Wait, where do we get cut? What the hell? Where to get cut in Pokemon Team Rocket? Oh, there's an alternative to cut. Oh, okay. Wait, so we're not supposed to have access to cut now? Now I'm even more confused. Scammed. Scammed, but we have a flashlight, which is pretty good. Sweet home Alabama. I guess I have to go to Silphco or back to the base. I don't know what to do now. Oh, I probably have to talk to Bill because he has the SSN. Oh, I know this song. Is this the FU song? I know the original song. You're quite the villain. 44,000. It says you should change your ways soon before it's all too late. When does it become too late? Hell yeah, though. 44,000, baby. Let's go. Buy a chainsaw. How many watch time I need to verify? Oh, to get verified? I think 4,000 hours. You're not getting through there just like that. Oh, there we go. Ooh. Who's that? Proton? A lonely grunt walking around Vermilion by himself? I take it you're the one they sent to help me with the smuggling deal. Well, did you bring the goods? Fine, move over. Hey, he cut it. What a meaningless thing to plant a tree right in front of the entrance to the gym. True. Oh, this is cool. Okay, hopefully we're strong. Guys, I'm a genius. This is not a randomizer. You know what that means. Vermilion, if we're going to be forced to verse the gym leader, we're going to need to train someone up. Because Electro is not going to do it. I mean, Bro is not going to do it. He's going to get owned. We need someone with ground moves. Let's get 420.069. True. You have 4,000 hours? You need 1,000 subs also. You need both of those things to get verified on YouTube. Okay, he does have Fly, actually, which is useless. He sucks. Who can I use against electric-type Pokemon? Poison dies to Psychic and Ground. Right? So we could train up Snake. Or we could train up Electro. I have a feeling they're going to use Sonic Boom and stuff. We're going to go on a training montage a bit here. Sandshrew? You need 1,000 subscribers also to get verified. Here. Nuzlocke. Read the last 2 rules, baby. I can't change my party. Okay, Sonic Boom actually sucks now. Why can't I use Thundershock? Oh, that one sand attack? Are you serious? That was kind of dumb. Just steal? There's literally nothing else I could steal. I've stolen every Pokemon I could steal around me. But you're actually a genius. I could just steal. I should... Oh my god, that's so strategic. I have to be strategic enough to make sure... I have to be strategic enough to make sure that the Pokemon I steal... That the Pokemon I steal are like strategic. So I could leave like one guy to steal Pokemon from and just go to them later so that I could replace my team member. That's actually brilliant. Right now it's 9.95. Oh, you're close. Just steal one more and kill one and then you add Sandshrew. That's actually true. Wait, let's teach Thunder. Oh yeah. But I don't want to risk losing a good guy, you know? Sonic Boom is kind of weaker now. Tackle might even do more. Let's take out Sonic Boom. Let's see how much Tackle does. Nope, Tackle sucks. I'm an idiot. I should have kept Sonic Boom. I'm an idiot. 20 is literally so much. Whatever, it's too late. My IQ goes down for that one, but thank you. I appreciate it. We could get Electro to like level 22. I think level 22 is goodish. I mean, we're stealing Pokemon that are like level 15, right? Which assumes that the Pokemon we're gonna run into are gonna be like around level 15, right? Stop missing Thundershock. How much accuracy does Thundershock have? Hey, we're finally almost below 4 digits for minus IQ. No. Never heard this song before. You never go to bullshit, potato. Come on. Ooh, he paralyzed him. I had Supersonic this whole time. Whatever. It is what it is. I think I gave you like 2400 IQ. I think you did, yeah. You gave me, I don't know about 2400, but you definitely gave me quite a bit. Alright. I think if Electro is level... I don't know, 20? Is this considered like versing the second gym around this time? No, oh wait, Thundershock is better here. Yes. 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 I want to steal from like more people instead of just kids and elderly. He used fake out and that almost killed me. Magnet bomb. A steel bomb is struck to the foe. It is sure to hit. Wait, that's lit. Let's look up real quick if Magneto Magnemite as a special attacker or a physical attacker. I'm assuming he's special attacker because he's because of his electricness. And I'm right. His attack actually sucks. So Magnet Bomb is not the best move to put on him, but it's better than tackle. IQ no es permisible. Why? I started when you had negative 3100. Really? Jesus. And people have been IQ minusing. Sag. What a fascist. Oh. The song's mad, like, chill. Yeah. Is this the FU New York song? Yo. My name is Ho. I live in a po. I run from the po. Wee-oo. I run from the po. I run from the po. Wee-oo. Wait, why did you want Sweet Home Alabama as a channel point redemption, by the way? It's called Devil Eyes? Oh, okay. I like it. I love this song, though. I remember back then. Come on, we gotta get you to level 20, Electro. Yo, Magnet Bomb, just magnet bombing everyone. One more level. What level does he evolve? It was just an idea. Oh, okay. I was just curious why. I don't mind. Oh, I get it. Why 6969? Size lightning all around me. I remember each place time began to blur. No. Sweet Alabama sounds good, and making it 6969 is actually kind of funny. And your voice is all I heard. I have too many rewards though. I have to remove one. What I deserve. Give me reason. Prove my wrong. Let me just make a note of the one I'm removing. I'm actually gonna remove Russian. I don't think I'll add it or Japanese for some time, if I ever make me speak. It used to cost 200. Make me speak Japanese, I think, was the same thing. Yeah. So I'll remove both of them. You behind us this new divine. Damn, we're adding so many rewards lately. Find it. Make me Sweet Home Alabama. Make me sing and play the best Alabama song. Make me sing and play on guitar the best Alabama song. And we'll make it cost 6,969 points. That's a lot of points, though. I don't think that's that's too many points. That's way too many points. Maybe 690 points. I feel like that's not enough points. Maybe like 2,000 points, but it doesn't have a 69. Oh, 2,069 points. 2,069 points. I think that's kind of fair. What do you guys think? I don't care what you guys think. Just killing. Just killing? Just kidding. There we go. We got a new reward. I don't think anyone will redeem it, but you know it's there. Give me. I love that song, Begging. Oh, that's a different song. Imagine singing like 7 times per stream. Oh no, I put it so you can only redeem it once per stream. Yeah, I already thought of that. I think about stuff sometimes, especially since in the past we had stuff to redeem that takes us out of the game. I don't want too much of that stuff. Stuff that takes me out of whatever I'm doing. Really, bro? I don't want too many of. Okay. All right. Let me see. Let's see if I can play it. I'm gonna look up. There's a website where you could look up. Okay. Okay. Surprisingly in tune. Excuse me. Sweet home Alabama. Is that good? Oh, but I'm not gonna do the from a G chord, then pick the single series E E A G. Oh, it's like that. Dun dun dun. Dun. Okay. What? Wait. I don't play guitar much, so this is nice. Las puntas son despicables. Too many points, you think, for this? Big, big wheels. Wait, let's go full screen here. Big wheels keep on turning. Carry me home to see my kin. I don't know. Singing songs about the Southland. I don't remember how it goes. I miss old Bammy once again, and I think it's a sin. It's too high pitched. When I heard Mr. Young sing about her. Well, I heard O'Neill put her down. Well, I hope Neil Young will remember. A Southern man don't need him around anyhow. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama. I'm singing it so differently. I'm butchering it. Lord, I'm coming home to you. Birmingham, they love the governor. Boo, that was bad. Now we all did what we could do. Now Watergate does not bother me. Does your conscience bother you? Tell the truth. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you. I feel at home now. What? Ah, Alabama. That's what it says here. I don't know how it goes. Ah, Alabama, Oh, you know what would have made this better? Wait, this song doesn't finish yet. It's longer. We're gonna make this song better, okay? We're gonna make it even better right now. You guys are gonna be like, what? How? How are you gonna make this better, Ping Pong Moosters? You're just a Ping Pong Mooster. This is how we're gonna make it better. There we go. Wait. Gotta be a cowboy. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's better. Let's continue.
Muscle shows he's got the swampers. They've been known to pick a tune or two. Lord, they get me off so much. They pick me up when I'm feeling blue. Now how about you? Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you. Sweet home Alabama, oh sweet home, where the skies are so blue. And it's true. Sweet home Alabama, Lord, I'm coming home to you. You like that, little kids, boys and girls? Oh, boys and girls? You like that? Look at my mustache moving. Oh. Anyway. Let me just add that in. I'm adding a lot of stuff today. Control Shift F9. Control Shift F9. Control Shift F9. Cowboy. Control Shift F9. Let me just add it. I remember black times, the grass is all around me. And we are good. Oh no, we're not good. Sweet home Alabama. We gotta add it to the reward, so when you capture it, Hands. I love this song. Baby. I didn't know there was a version like this. I never heard this version. Again. Anyway. Putas son despreciables. What? Makes the devil tingle with the steps. Totally worth it. Nice. Control Shift N. No, the song sounds not. Oh, you got Lucifer out. I like this song. I never heard this version, so. Hey, and we got Electro at level 20 too. That was cool. Anytime should I become a music streamer? That's such a different setup. But I think it would be really fun. Maybe I'll make an maybe I'll make another Twitch account and we'll do streaming, music streams. Baby, like at a different time of the day. What do you guys think of that? You know what? That actually sounds so good. I would have to change up the whole setup though. Oh my god, I'm excited. Let's see if I actually do it though. Music stream, different time. It would be at a different time. I'll try to do it like 3 times a week. Maybe karaoke stream. Used to be. Yeah. The only thing with karaoke streams, I don't know. I might be able to do it. But if I could set up like virtual drums and like set up my guitar, I have an electric guitar, plug it in. I could like it could be pretty cool. Karaoke stream could be cool though too. It's much easier to set up. Let's get you up just a little more. I don't like that he's at such a low level. You, no baby. Wait, why didn't wrong song work? Try it again, Nathan. It's about land. Oh, I should do the chess. Oh my hand. I'll do one chess move. Thinking, making you, baby. Electric Gem is hard, by the way. Wait, do I actually have to verse the gem? Ooh, he learned Spark. Begging you. I honestly don't know if Spark is worth it here or not. His physical attack pretty much sucks, but Spark has 65 attack versus 40. I still think Spark is not stronger. You know what? We're not gonna learn it. I hope you don't have to. Well, we haven't had to verse any gym leaders, and he's supposedly like part of Team Rocket. But in case he like goes rogue on Team Rocket and I'm forced to verse him, I don't want to verse him with sucky Pokemon, you know? So I'm just a little scared of that. And since we just lost our main guy, we're just gonna bring him up to like level... Rolling down in the deep. The song's actually catchy. Oh. Hey, 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 hey. Why is wrong song not working? It's okay. Just skip it when it comes. Hey, hey, hey. Actually, I'll just remove it right now. I removed it. You don't need to worry about it. What is your character's name? I think it's Punk. It's either Ping or Punk. I think it's Punk in this run, right? I hope you don't have to. Yeah. Wait, why did I read that twice? I hope I don't have to either. All right, let's see what our bounty's up at. You're quite the villain. 44,000 still. Hand in Pokemon. Oh, you could hand in the Pokemon you stole. I get it. All right, let's just continue with the game. See what's gonna happen. Nah, you're joking, right? We're not gonna have to verse him. Look, as far as I'm going, I've never seen you enter this gym, alright? All I know is that Surge gives me my paycheck, and I don't question nothing else. Wait, what? I think he's gonna force me to verse him. Damn it. I don't want to look it up for spoilers, you know? I think we're just gonna train. This is gonna be a training stream. No, it isn't. It's just gonna be, we're gonna train, you know, a bit. Because we have a PP Steam team. Not PP Steam. Hey! Also, it'd be great if Electro could evolve. Magnemite evolution level 30. Jesus. He evolves at level 30? I don't like this song. This song just sounds like every other rap song. And I'm just like, ugh. I feel like, ugh, when I listen to like that type of song. I don't know why. This gym also has one of the most BS puzzles. Yo, so true. For speedrunners, it's literally the most annoying thing too, I would assume. No, it didn't work. I told you, I removed the song on my own. Manually. Wrong song didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work.
Haboo-doo-boo-doo. Zaboo-doo-boo-dee-boo-dee-boo-da-boo-dee-boo-dee. I don't like this song. But it's okay. Auto-tune plus I don't know what you're saying. No, I could know what you're saying, but I don't like it. Alright, we got level 20. What'd I say? I think level 25 is good. What level would make... I feel like level 30 is safer, though. Also, if they are going to be all electric Pokemon, that's actually kind of scary. We can obviously test it against one of the trainers in the gym first. And see how that goes. Alright, let's do the chess game. My name is... I do some pee-pee. Ooh, that was a good move. Oh, actually, I don't know. I do some cuckoo. I smell like pee-pee. I do some poo-poo. Yeah, I got bars. I should become a rapper. We used to have a reward here, for those that remember, where I would rap. Those were the days. Those were the days, my friends. Those days will never end. That's a good song. Someone should song request that song. What's it called? I don't remember. No one asked? Okay. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh, I don't need access to the gym down there, actually. Because that's the 8th gym, so we don't get cut until later on. That makes total sense. Okay, once you're at level 25, we'll change out the Slowpoke and get him to level 25. Which might not mean anything if we go up against all electric-type Pokemon. But I'm kind of curious what Pokemon they'll have. Or what level they'll be. I also have to remember that Electrode... Why am I using Thundershock? Not Electrode. I called him Electro and I'm confusing myself. Magnemite dies to fire, fighting. He dies to a lot. Because he's steel electric. So he doesn't only die to ground. Actually, what else does he die to? He dies to ground. He dies to fire. He dies to... fighting. Is that it? Is that all he dies to? Hey, level 25, baby. Let's go. Mirror Shot. The user loses a flash of energy to damage and lower accuracy. So, what's nice about this move is that it's a special move. Special attack, so it'll do more damage than Magnet Bomb. What's not nice is that it only has 85% accuracy. What we could do is we could try to push a Supersonic, but it's not Confuse Ray, so it only has 55 accuracy, unfortunately. What a hard decision. Also, what do we do about Thunder Wave? I'm gonna save here, and then I'll look at his ability right now. Another girl is following you. Okay. A girl following you on TikTok doesn't mean that she likes you, okay? It's just a girl following you on TikTok. Calm down. Is 85% accuracy worth it is the big question. I don't think it's worth it, unfortunately. He has a calm nature. Trap Steel type Pokemon. It's not the best. His special attack is literally double his physical attack, though. Maybe I should teach it. Do you think that Magnemite machine Pokemon are organic? I guess every steel... I think it's organic, maybe. I don't know. What do you think, Nico? That makes 24 girls counting. That's kind of sus. Why are you counting how many girls are following you? That's weird, bro. Okay, so we could also train Snake. Snake. We could also fly. Or we could just say F it and go in the gym. Let's say F it and go in the gym. Yes. This is the version I know. Let's verse this guy.
I keep telling the town that this gym puzzle is the most absurd, skill-devoid contraption ever invented. True! We were just saying that. He just scoffs and calls me a lightweight. Oh, we don't have to verse them. Okay, that makes sense. Did you know that Lieutenant Surge was in the war? Yeah, you do. Maybe that's because it's all he ever talks about. You know, Surge had numerous kills during his time in the army, but what fascinates me most is that he managed to pilot a plane when he's 7 feet tall. Lol. Alright, let's see what happens. You got bored? Lol, sweet home Alabama. Oh, Lieutenant Surge, you're so strong. We don't stand a chance against you. Oh, we actually see people versing him. You're wicked powerful. Oh, please, Surge, can't you tell us how you and your Pokemon got so strong? We want to be like you, too.
I'll tell you, kids, exercise your body. Make sure you Pokemon take vitamin. Go sleep, it's importante. That's the way we do it.
Did you hear that? We can be strong. Come on, let's go work out. I think I have some vitamins. We can go take them right away. Wait, I want to verse them and steal their Pokemon. I want to steal their Pokemon. Little kids.
This is my favorite little Rocket Man.
Rocket Man.
Oh, look at these muscles. I got muscles like Lieutenant Surge. Oh, look at me. I worked out. I'm 7 foot tall. Oh my god.
Anyway. How are you? Not scared lifeless from all Lance's paranoid new crime-fighting measures, I hope.
Well, that'll be. You guys are really something. Let's have it, little buddy. Ping delivered the steroids to Lieutenant Surge.
Now, Surge, the Pokemon.
Oh yeah, the Johto
Beasts? He has the Johto... He has the Johto Beasts? What the hell? Oh! I gotta get used to pressing the buttons without looking at them. You know why I'm doing this also? Because it makes editing the video so much easier. If I just click the buttons. And also it makes the stream more professional. I'm a professional streamer. Jesus Christ.
and my goal stack them in crates and hide them.
He hid the freaking beasts in crates? What? So you're telling me the crates are all still aboard the ship?
Now, Proton, you know how heavy they are? My back would snap in half.
Wow, I thought he works out. They're throwing this exclusive party on board. Rumor has it some powerful political figures might even be attending. You're gonna end up in some quite exciting company. Going out to party with government officials is just what we Rockets should be doing right now. I like this guy. He's a businessman. Do you know in the Japanese version, Team Rocket known as Team Rocket Squad? Oh, really? No, I didn't know that. That's funny. In the moonlight.
Hey, got stuff to do. Haha, or do you want to hear about the time electric Pokemon saved me from the Johto bastards?
No, I don't care. What side of the war was he on? I like how they give extra dialogue so we could learn more about everything. Okay, so obviously getting onto this ship is scary. Because we don't know what's gonna happen. Oh my god. Not this shit. I thought you put Sweet Home Alabama. Remember, the first time you put this on was the Jump King stream. Oh. George W. Bush on his dad's brush. That's not what I'm trying to look up. What was I gonna do, guys? Oh yeah, I want to look up the actual game. So, Team Rocket version Pokemon. Team Rocket Edition, really. Okay, so let's go to... We're gonna go to part 3. Jesus, I see a picture of Steven. I hope that doesn't spoil anything. It's a literal picture of Jesus. I mean, Steven. All I want to know is if we're gonna have to fight some crazy guy. Or like what level they will be. Level 16. Okay, 16 is fine. I don't want to... Oh, I think I saw Lance. I think I saw Lance.
Okay, 23. We're gonna have to go up against level 23 Pokemon. Jesus, Lance might be there too. Alright. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Okay, we're forced to train here. We're forced to train. Did someone just say Jump King?
Jump King? Jump King ですよね。Jump King はちょっと面白いゲームですよね。でも僕は今
Yo, the song is so bad. But it's actually kind of good too.
You're alive. Yo, 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 yo.
Jesus, stop screaming. Calm down. Calm down.
Goodbye.
Doctor's like, oh yeah, I'm reminded. I have to go play Jump King. See you, Doctor. May you sleep in peace if you're going to sleep, and if you're not, may Jesus be with you. Otherwise, Moses.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not gonna kiss his butt. We're gonna make Electro evolve, okay? Electro's gonna be level 30, baby. Let's go. Someone made a second Sweet Home Canada. Oh, God. Better be amazing. Okay, these guys are way too low level right now. We gotta go to the other area. Oh my god. Jesus. They pop out all the time, though. Hey. It actually starts. Yes. We're so close. We're so close to negative. It's literally been months. Decades, one may say. Oh, this is better. They're higher level Pokemon. This is so much better. We're gonna make you evolve a little, Electro. And then you're gonna fight until death. Until you die. What a beautiful song. What's wrong? Why my IQ has to be negative? Why are you guys so racist? Is it because I'm brown? You guys are racist. I mean, some of you guys. Digimon. 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 I play Pokemon. You can't do minus 3,000. Stupid. And if you do it for no reason over and over, I'm gonna cry. I literally made it so you can't do minus 3,000 and stuff. I don't like this song. Digimon, Digimon monsters, Digimon the champion. Why would you put this while we're playing Pokemon? Here, I'll play chess, bro. Stop IQ minusing me, please. Please! Digimon. 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 That's 2 because I remember you said Pokemon's better. What do you mean? It is. Not better, obviously. Bro, it all depends on what you like, bro. That's subjective. You can't IQ minus me for that. Come on, bro. It hurts my mind. Oh. Try not to IQ plus or minus for no reason, but I do want to get at least neutral. It's been so long. It's been literally years. It hasn't been years, but it's been a long time. Digimon! 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 Digimon monsters, Digimon. The song is so catchy for some reason. Digimon monsters, ba-da-ba. It's not? Bro, what do you... Oh, no one talks about Digimon anymore because it fell off. Because it's not popular. Because people still didn't like it. Like, who talks about Pidgeymon? I mean, Digimon. See, I forgot the name. That's how bad. Didn't they copy Pokemon? I just want to make it 0. Me too, man. Me too. See, I deserved a lot of IQ minuses in the past because I played very stupid. I still play stupidly for a lot of things. But I played very bad in Breath of the Wild initially. And that's how we got very low negatives. And then I think, I don't know what happens. I'm just generally dumb. It's more funny than negative 3,000. I mean, listen, I'll take it. It's higher than negative 3,000, so it makes me happy. You know? Digimon. Oh my god, is it, what they just repeat the same thing like 30 times? How long is this song? It's like one of the worst songs I've ever heard. Jesus. Okay. This is literally you can't even compare, okay? You just heard Digimon Lesser for like 5 hours. Now listen to this.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause. Pokemon.
Yo, like, how is this, like, this is so good. This is so good. Wait. This is so good that
Understand that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Never was less than me, Pokemon. You're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch him, heart so true. Always will pull us through. So teach me and I teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch him all, gotta catch him all. Yeah.
like, how can you compare that, bro? How? You can't compare that. This is like, you can't compare that. Oh god, it's ugly. It reminds me of the cringe TikTok. Yo, I used to do that before TikTok was even born, bro. When I was a little kid, before Vine, when I was like 10 years old, I would do stuff like that. Digimon is not... Bro, do I have to show you again? Oh my god. I gotta show him again, guys. I gotta... Bro, Yo.
Pokemon, gotta catch him, heart so true. Or it's so turn us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
Like, this is like amazing, bro.
Catch them all.
Don't sing it. Don't pee no. What's your Fortnite name? I don't know, bro. I haven't played Fortnite in years. Possibly Ping Pong Masters. I don't know if I'm even gonna play it, to be honest. If I play it, like, oh, ask Diego for God Monkey stream. But I would have to reinstall it, plug in my PlayStation. That's a lot of work, you know. I'm trying to say,
gotta catch them all.
like, they repeat Pokemon gotta catch them all a lot, but they have other words in this song. You're gonna spoil AOT, then you get a permaban. Spoil AOT, you get permanently banned. Never be able to get God Monkey. Yeah, it's just everything. Metal sound. You can't threaten me with that, because I just could threaten you back, bro. Unmodded, everything. Everything. Okay, metal sound. Metal sound. Not... Metal sound could actually be useful. So if I do metal sound into a Thundershock, that could hit pretty hard, I guess. The only problem is, why does it have 85 accuracy? Like, what is with these moves? Rhoda! No! Aaron kissed Goku. Bro. Bro, that was messed up. Bro. Yeah, the song is beautiful. Rhoda! It has to be higher volume though. It's so good. PP, you nub, you really think I'll spoil it? I'm not that evil. I know. I just have trust issues because my mom once told me that she loves me, and then the next day she slapped me in the face and said, I hate you, I wish I didn't have you. So, I'm just joking. I don't know, bro. I haven't played Fortnite in years. I don't even know if I have an account anymore. I played it before I went to Japan, bro. If you send me your... Oh, that's what you sent me. You sent me it as a DM, and I was so confused. I was like, why is he sending me his username? Oh, I forgot to verse this guy. That could have been bad. Just because you're criminal doesn't mean you can't live green. You did, yeah, you did. I'm sorry, bro. But I don't know the next time I'll ever do it. It'll probably be in a few weeks or something. So I'll put a reminder to like maybe most likely next month for Fortnite. Because I have a lot to do. I have to finish editing Pokemon Gaia, which is gonna take forever. I barely did it much. I have to fix stuff for stream again because every day I find more stuff to like not fix but to just do. And I have to, what's it called? We're going to do a 24-hour stream tomorrow night. So I'm going to have to edit that stream, make that a video. And then, you know, we're going to beat this game eventually. So I have a lot on my plate. I'll probably start it next week. You want to give me something? Aw, that's so sweet, bro. I'm sorry. I honestly just don't remember my Fortnite name. Like, I don't even know how to, like, find it. Is there like a Fortnite website where you could sign in? If there's that, I could try signing in if you'd like. Level 30! Electro, you will be more useful now. Let's go. She no. Alright, we got one guy at level 30. Let's get Bro at level 30. After Bro is level 30, I think we're gonna verse the next guy. Because I want to steal more Pokemon. Let's go with water gun here. Water gun. Inochina. この愛に捧げる少しの間違いように Confusion might be stronger. Oh no, it's not. 愛の間違い探しの理解のほらじゃ Ja is Spanish, right? I'm so smart. I don't know if I should push for level 30 because 30 is so far away. What level does he the Slowbro evolve or Slowpoke evolution level? 37 with King's Rock? What are you, crazy? Oh, you suck, Slowbro. I don't care if you die. Oh, you're gonna stay at level 25. Who else is useful on this team? Like, Arbok could be useful. Paris if he evolves. Uniworm if he evolves. I guess the least we could do is get them to decent levels to actually fight. You know? Gotta be a little bit, you know, smart. Spanish is Spanish. True! And English is Spanish. Wait, what? Oh, we're just gonna poison stink everything. Yes, get poisoned. This is hard. They have such a low level Pokemon. It's so cool to see. Let's go. Crit more often, bro. Oh, super effective. Wait, it's super effective. Do more damage. Yeah. Yeah. Don't kill Snake. Oh, that was close. That was way too close. We need him to be like level 2. I don't want to risk this. This is going to bad. I mean, bro. Yeah, level 2 is fine. Ooh, you learned Bite. Let's see how much Bite... Okay, Bite is so much better. Bite is so much better. Bite is a good move, too, in general. Hopefully you survive. Jesus, I just realized... Snake looks like he's yelling Snake. It's kind of funny. Bite even does more than Poison Sting. Okay, let's heal you up, Snake.
Anyone know what level Snake evolves? If it's like level 20 or something, it's pretty good. Let's look it up. Ekans evolution level. Level 22. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's actually awesome. He's gonna get to level 22 in no time. We could probably leave him at level 22 as well. Oh, he used Roar. We'll be able to one-shot the Growlithe soon, though, which is nice. And we can actually train in other places, which is awesome. Beating Red is so hard. We got so lucky to lose all 3 of our guys. But there are so many Pokemon to go after that it's bound... It would... If we were able to keep one Pokemon, like, most of the run... Bro, I would make an emote just for that Pokemon or something, you know? That would just be cray-cray. Oh, let me go back to the chess game, yeah? That's checkmate, baby. Jesus, I got plus 42 rank. That's a lot of points. I guess because I barely play this game mode. Oh, I like this song. Every time it comes up, I'm like, I like this song. I'm happy I've decided to put more non-Japanese music on my backup playlist. You know what I gotta put on my backup playlist? A Spanish song. You know what song I like in Spanish? I had to learn it in school for Spanish class. Wait, what was it called? Stop. What was it called? Oh my god, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget what this stupid song. I mean, it wasn't a stupid song. Do you know that song? Oh, Yo no sé mañana. That's what it was. Yo no sé mañana. Yo no sé mañana. Yo no sé mañana. Yeah, let's put that. Yo no sé mañana. I don't know if it's... Oh, that was dumb. Yo no sé manana. Yo no sé banana. Oh, it worked! Let's go. I love that song. Well, what happened? Oh, because you lost? Bro, it happens. It happens. So, if you want to play another one, just challenge me and I'll accept. I actually thought it was kind of cool because I play chess a lot lately, right? So throughout the day I'll see you like versing me and I'll just like do a move. That was a cool idea to like challenge me, like 14-day challenge. If anyone else wants to play chess too, I'll be more than happy to do that. I love chess. Like the more people, the merrier. To the nights I play for the throne. Ooh, glare. Glare. These intimidates the foe with the design on its belly to cause paralysis. I feel like that's better than Leer. It's basically like a thunder wave. Calling. And it has 100% accuracy, which is nice. All right, let's go heal up. We don't want Snake to die. Zone. Okay, are we high enough level to train in the other area now? Nah, he still has like so little HP. Sonic Boom could like do so much damage, which is kind of scary. Because Sonic Boom does 20 damage. Calling me. I think once we evolve into Arbok, we could push the other area to train to level 25. I think that's what the plan is right now. For now, we're just gonna chill with some music. We're running out of bites. I love how Team Rocket is like just walking around. I thought there was gonna be... Oh, what is this girl gonna say? Wow, mommy, help me. It's that scary guy who took my Pokemon. Don't hurt me. What a loser. What is a police officer gonna say? Giga Drain. The bounty on your head is 44,000. No, we'll have it your day. Wait, so if I hand back what... Oh, if I hand back one of the stolen Pokemon, that's right. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll never do that. 25 girls are following you. Nice. Oh, I like the song, but why is it so low? Do you know this song, Nathan? Yo no sé. I forgot all the words. I was supposed to memorize the song and I memorized it. And we sung it in class. Well, kind of. I didn't really sing it. I was too embarrassed. Yo no sé mañana. I was embarrassed to sing in public pretty much until I went to Japan and sang karaoke. Because then I'm like, my voice is not that bad. No, why? Oh no, I was just asking because I really like this song. I know semanos, yo no sé mañana, yo no sé mañana, si estar aquí. No one knows of tomorrow, bro. I passed the time on this sofa in this cafe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the words. Yo no sé mañana. Yo no sé mañana. Juntos. Well, el mundo. Yo no sé si soy para ti, si serás para mí, si seremos no. Yo no sé manana. Yo no sé banana. It's so funny. Yo, he leveling up real quick. Are you gonna be here for the 24-hour stream, Nathan? I wish I know the words. I just sound dumb. I studied in high school. I don't remember any of it. Except that. Ba 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 ba. Yo no sé mañana.
Snake!
Has a couple more levels to go. Resto in peace. And so we got a level 30, which is pretty crazy. Level 25 and a level 15 that we're going to push to level 20. And then train somewhere else. Yeah, we'll just push him to 20 and then train him. And push him to level 22 to evolve. Maybe to 25. Yeah? Hey, lit. So, unfortunately, the game comes out Thursday night at midnight. So, I'm going to be streaming at Friday. Which is like Friday to Saturday. So, I think for the first... like, until morning time. For the first, like, 12 hours... I think I'm not gonna be able to. I don't know if many people will pop in. You know. Yo no sé mañana. Because it's just not good timing. Actually, maybe I don't know. I'm thinking to myself, should I stream it on Friday because of that, or should I be like, nah, f that. I'm just gonna stream it tomorrow. No, it's not next week. It's tomorrow. Oh, I thought you were doing applause. It's in the song. Yo no sé mañana. It's not next week, bro. The game comes out tomorrow night. Actually, it literally comes out in 24 hours. Pretty much 24 hours the game comes out.
What is this song? Tú sabes, cabrito. Blast. Past. Still good? Oh, okay. Hey, bay. Hey, bay. Hishi lapo to bray. What do you think we should have for some goals? Like bit goals or sub goals or whatever. I was thinking of like making them pretty hard to achieve goals. Like waxing my arms. What is this song? Another one was to get rid of my starter. To release my starter. Oh my god, that would suck so much. And yeah. Every chance we get. Up in the sky. Eyes. Cries. Again. I like man. I don't. Bro. Go, bro. I got them bars. I don't live on Mars, but I got them bars. I drive them cars. Carlito. Sub goals, you hit your nuts? Nah. 50 cent. Yeah, I could do some exercise. That might be a good one, actually. For a bit goal. Exercise for bit goal. I think that's a good idea. Bit goals. You're so sweet, Nathan, trying to get me to exercise. Everything was fine. I eat porcupine. I shoot that line. Rhine. I like to dine expensively. I might just go pee-pee. I got them bars. I don't have cars. And I don't live on Mars. Damn, I'm a good rapper. That's the type of vibes I'm getting from this. 100 push-ups? Nah, I can't do that. I physically cannot do that. 200, yeah, that sounds better. Once you like the ones you used to bump. 10 miles run? Jesus. Nah. I will say that I should do Uber Eats soon. It's been way too long. I think after I edit the Gaia video and the Pokemon Brilliant Diamond video, I'm gonna go back to Uber Eats. Because right now I'm too busy. I touched my pee-pee and it gone to bray. 20 miles? Yo, look at the muscles, bro. Look at those muscles. Look at the muscles. I gotta make my voice deeper. Look at them muscles, Jessica. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them sexy muscles, bro. You wish you had muscles like that. Anyway. Oh, you know what I should add for that? You like my transitions? My transitions look so much cleaner, right? You messed that up, bro. Muscles! Wait, which one is muscles? I should have done that. I forgot it was that one. Sorry. Goodbye. Oh, that's the wrong one too. Okay, there we go. That's better. I like this song. It's mad catchy. It's a catchy one. I'm not too into rap songs, but I like this song. I'm going to sleep. Alright, have a good night, bro. May Jesus be with you. Applause indeed. Yo. I got them bars.
Monkey do bad.
Monkey do great all the time. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Alright, we got an oddish here. Okay, we got another oddish here. We got another oddish. Hey, it's not an oddish.
Okay.
Hell yeah, I do
pretty
okay. I'll take
I
it.
guess.
I'll try my bestest, bro. Bruh, indeed. We gotta get this snake up a bunch of levels. What did I want to do? What? Oh, wait, we added so many alerts. Oh, for the muscles. You can do it! You can do it! Yeah, I wanted to add for muscles. Well, let me add for muscles. A voice changer, too. Nah, it's too much work. Should I do that? I might do that if I remember later.
You do very good.
You can do it!
Thank you, Nathan. I do very good. Do. Aha. Aha ha ha. Anyway. Thanks for the lurk, bro. Yo, I literally got a pee-pee soon. But thank you for the hydrate. Too much pink for one day. Sheesh. Wow, bro. That's messed up. But it's true. No? No pee-pee? Or not enough pink for one day? I still got a pee-pee, bro. I'm starting to have to need to pee-pee, I mean. Wow, those words are amazing. Oh, I love this song. I freaking love this song. Jibu sekai saemo James my sora No voice. I would put a voice changer that goes like,
Hey guys!
or like a deep voice. You don't want it? Okay. Okay. I feel like it would be good. Or it just makes my voice deeper. But it's too much work right now. I have to concentrate on a bunch of other stuff for stream. If I do end up adding it, I would add it in maybe in a few days. When I touch my butt, it stings. This is from Code Geass, I think. Oh, so many memories! I can't believe Josh is watching it right now. That's so cool to me. Oh, memories. Memories of singing this in Japan. Literally the night before I flew back home. It's so crazy, like... my time right before I left Japan was so good. And when I came back home... I don't know. Nothing has hit that high yet. We've had moments on stream that have got close to hitting that high. Or like different types of high like that. Like beating Jump King was a big high. Like Jesus, we beat Jump King. Beating our first Nuzlocke maybe. Getting a bunch of subs sometimes, I guess. Getting my first ever donation, that was a big thing for me. But, I don't know, it was different. Acid! Hey, finally. An actual good poison move. Shibu Sekai Saemo. We'll actually have a stab move that could hit for something. Oh, he's level 20. So we could use fly now. Shibu Sekai Saemo. How do I have hiccups? I drank so much water. Hey. Oh no, wait. Psychic is super effective. That was a bad idea. Ground is too. It's actually a terrible spot to train. Okay, this is better. Just higher level Pokemon that were versing before. They say it so much. Jibun o sekai saemo. What does that mean? Something about the world and myself. Zawarudo.
I still have to watch that. I have so much to watch. Oh, but no time to watch. How did I run out of acid already? I mean, bite already. We're actually demolishing. I should have came here earlier. Well, I mean, we have acid now. It's much easier. Because of stab damage, we're able to hit quite a lot. So he's going to evolve like in less than 5 minutes. Then we might actually die and have to restart Sag, depending on what happens. One more level. Come on. Oh. Acid should always kill Oddish. I thought... I'm so stupid. Oddish is a poison grass type. That's why it only does normal damage. I keep thinking, why doesn't Acid kill him? Let's go with Acid again. Acid. I hope I don't feel like this when we start the stream tomorrow. Because I'm feeling tired 3 hours in. Oh my god. I might end up starting the stream at midnight too, instead of at 9:30. Depending on how much I get done in term-wise, like prep-wise. I might stay up all night tonight just to finish Pokemon Gaia. I hope I do, but knowing myself, I'll get lazy. But I'll try my best for you guys. For those that care, I guess. I don't know. Time to evolve, Snake! 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 Oh, he learns Crunch. What the hell? How does it go? How do we go from Bite to Crunch? Hell yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, he's... Now we can train him to level 25 easy. Look at him. Look at the big boy over here. Look at the big boy over here. Jesus. Na 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 na. Ba-da-da. There's so much grinding in this game. Not grinding on people, but grinding in the game. Na na na. Oh, let me check out chess. No new challenges. Aww. Let's see. We got Snake. I mean, I feel like at level 29 he's fine. And he probably could one or two shot a lot of guys, but I don't know if I should spend the time training him. But I'm going to say we train him to like level 24 at least. That's an arbitrary number, but I feel like it doesn't take long to train here. And we're already so close. I mean, we're already level 23. Which was really fast. So, yeah. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to train him to level 24. Arbitrarily. And then hopefully we don't lose our 3 guys who are actually good level. And not bad. I mean, I don't know Arbok's stats, but having Crunch and Acid this early on, I guess pretty good, you know, if you ask me. But no one's asking me. Alright, let's just do that. Oops. If we got him to 24, I forgot Electro's 30. Jesus Christ. Birdo, Uniworm, and 420. They could just die. We have really good coverage with this team. Oh, this is from Baruto. The song's mad good. This seems to be really good coverage to me. These guys kind of suck too. I mean, 420 having grass moves is useful, but we have Electro for water type Pokemon. Birdo having fly is actually useful too. I kind of want to. Let's see. Do I have any flying moves? Like, fly is such a good move. Yeah, we don't. I think, is it worth it? Yeah, I think we'll train up Birdo to level 20-ish. Touch some grass? Why? What did I do that I have to touch some grass? Listen, I touch grass every time I smoke a blunt, bro. Which is never, because I never do drugs. Because why not? Oh, good point. I'll go outside and touch grass right now. It's hard to find grass. It's actually mad hard to find grass right now. I live in New York, and it's like fall, almost winter, you know? You know what I'm saying? Okay, you're final level 24. Let's get Birdo up some levels. We'll do our strat here. Birdo's the only Whammon on the team, so she deserves some love. Oh, Fly is actually perfect here. It just takes way too long to do. It is what it is. And because Fly is so weird, it's not 1/2. It's like normal. It's easy to find grass over here. Really? That's nice. That's nice, I guess. I wonder if I could use Fly against the other Pokemon. Because Fly is a powerful move. I'm just not that high level. You know what? Once he becomes level 13, which is right now, we're going to actually try to use Fly against... When does it turn into Dodrio, though? Go to Vermilion. Wait, I just realized. What the hell? Oh, there's water here. I was like, how? The ship goes to Vermilion, right? Where is Vermilion? I don't remember. This game has like no water routes. Wait, does this go to Vermilion? Oh no, I am in Vermilion. Yeah, I am in Vermilion. Yeah, but they're near death, so... Grass? Yeah. It's hard to find good grass nowadays. What the hell? How did he hit me while I was in the air? What? That did a lot of damage. Oh, because he's fast. That gave me a lot of XP, though. Okay, it's looking good now. Does he use Fly, too? Like, what the hell? Yo, we're going to level up so quickly. Thank God they give us Fly so early on. And thank God it's an HM. He was already learning... He's already learning Fairy Attack. Which kind of sucks, but... You know, it is what it is. Are you looking forward to winter? Yeah, he uses Gust. Does Gust still hits you if you're in the air, apparently? The hell? I didn't know that was a thing. Fake Out. Fake Out would do damage. He used Sand Attack that time. I missed Fly. Oh my god. It has like... Let's run away. Fly using Run Away. I wonder like how much bounty we could get. We're gonna pretty much go for max bounty. We just have to do all the side quests too. There was a side quest to find other fishermen actually. Are there fishermen in this town? Oh no, it was in this town that we... Oh my god, we've been in this town for that long. At least he's leveling up fairly quickly. Let's see. Dodo evolution level. If Dodrio is 31, that's kind of high. I'm not training him up that much. I mean, if he's level 20, 22, he could do some help on the team. I think 22 is actually really good. Jesus Christ! Why does Gus do so much? That must have been a critical hit. Please tell me that was a critical hit. Jesus Christ. And Moses Almighty. I don't know. Freaking Fake Out. So annoying. Okay, level 16. The thing is, we always have to tank it too. Because we're in the air when it happens. Oh, don't miss. Stupid bird. Birdo, come on, do better, Birdo. Ugh, yo, oh my god. It's like starting not to become worth training here. Guys, I'm such an idiot. We could literally go up against the psychic Pokemon. And it's not fighting Pokemon, but Fly should do some damage. And I missed. Hey, yeah, Fly's good. And then we just hit him with a quick attack. Fly. Yeah, this gives us more XP too. Probably because it's Drowsy is like a better guy. And we could just quick attack for the kill, which is nice. Da 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 lifted. I hope we didn't miss any houses in that area before, because that would suck. Just get some more kills on Ekans. Come on, Ekans. Come on, Ekans. No Pee-Pee left, but my name is Pee-Pee. Alright. How you feeling? I'm feeling really tired for some reason. I think when I do a lot, I feel tired because I'm lazy lately. And today, I basically spent all day in front of the computer, or a lot of the day in front of the computer, like doing stuff for stream. Like adding this, oh my god, it's so cool. Like it zooms in so beautifully now. When it didn't used to do that. And I could just leave that for like when I edit videos, so it's like it's a win-win. I just half extreme stressed because I have to. Oh my god. Yeah, so the plan today, I mean, I could get up. I could like look, watch this. I could do that. Oh, you know? Well, let me just. Yo, what's up, guys? It's Ping Pong Moosters. Let's actually do that. This is kind of it's kind of nice. We gotta go a little higher though. Hopefully none of my cable. Let me just check if my cables are getting demolished. Okay, I'm back. Alright, one of my cables was actually getting demolished. So I had to move my desktop. So it's further away now. Jesus. I've never done this before. Now there's too much lighting. Oh, that looks... That actually looks slightly better. Nah, I don't need to do jumping jacks. It's okay. I guess I could stand here and play. What the hell am I doing, man? Will my keyboard reach? Hey, the keyboard reaches. I could stand up and play. Wow. Wow, indeed. Jesus, this is kind of crazy. I've never done this. Na 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 Nanimo, Nanimo. Oh, that feels good, man. That feels really good. That feels so good to stand up. Oh, this is such a good idea. Should I make it a channel reward that you guys can make me stand up? What do you think? Oh, Pursuit. Furry Attack just sucks. Fury Attack. Furry Attack. I don't know why everyone uses it. Or why every Pokemon learns it. I don't need jumping jacks. It's good to just stand up, to be honest. Alright, let's go heal up. Wow. I have so much energy, baby. The only thing is being too close to the camera. My head. I think this is better. It's so weird. Like the green screen just barely works for this. Oh, but my legs feel so good. My legs. Imagine someone wanted to raid with like 20 billion people, and then they saw that I was AFK for like 2 minutes because I was putting the thing up. That would be so sad. That would be sad. Ooh, I have an idea. I'm gonna put a post-it so I know that this is a good height. Post-it for height. I'm gonna put a sticker or something on my wall so I know like I could raise the platform this high. Maybe, you know what? I'm gonna draw it with my pencil. It's probably not a good idea. Hey, I did it. I made a pencil mark on my wall. I should have figured out where it was before though. When it was below. Yes, level 20, baby. Only 1 billion more levels. And 3 more flies. Aww. My head is like this would be perfect if I'm standing here. By the way, look at my shirt. Kimetsu no Yaiba. Demon Slayer, baby. Na 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 na. Pursuit's actually super effective. That's good against Drowsy. Hey, we're doing well now. Ba ba boo. Pursuit is like a better move to use against them. Wow, quick attack kills Sparrow. I mean, I'm very high level now, I guess. Na 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 na. Na, 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 na. I'm still trying to figure out the best place to stand. I'm such a perfectionist. Oh my god, stop missing, you loser. I think I'll actually make him level 24 just to match everyone else's. And then for Uniworm and 420 could just stay there. Imagine they survived the whole run just being like level 8. That'd be kind of funny. I mean, I might have a use for them later. Alright, let's go heal up. Ugh. I think I healed up. I hope I healed up. Ni dekiru koto wa mada aru kai? Nani mo motazu ni. Yo, I know my songs, bro. I don't know the rest of the words though.
待ってる愛にできることはまだあるよ僕にできることはまだあるよ
Those are the last words to the song. One of the silent songs that I decided to keep on stream because it's just so beautiful. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting to use Pursuit. Oh, what? I wonder, can we just use Pursuit on everyone here? It might be faster because Fly takes longer, but we have to go down to... never mind. It doesn't kill. We don't want him to die. 40. We have 40 steps. You'll be fine. You're not a loser. There we go. Oh, that could have been bad. I'm waiting for the day where I mess that up and I lose someone because I suck and I'm a loser. Okay, I think we'll stick to Fly though because of that. Come on. Yeah, Fly against Ekans at least. Ekans! Oh, because of the Intimidate. Uproar. Uproar is such a weird move. Will I ever be forced to use Uproar? It is a stab move, actually. I forgot that normal moves are stab moves. For normal type. Like I never think about that. So, Do-Do-Wo-Wo? Ryokai. Let's see. Do-Duo. I just realized Do-Duo because it's duo, like two of them.
Bruh.
I actually did just realize that. Okay. Do-Duo has much higher physical attack than special attack. Which means all his moves now are actually amazing. So we're not going to teach Uproar. Let's go with Pursuit here. We'll get you to level 24 and then we're gonna go to the next part of the game. 愛にできることはまだあるかい僕にできることはまだあるかい Really? Pursuit does not kill. I mean, I also have to remember Fly is insanely powerful and Stab. What's the best normal move? I wonder if we could just teach the best normal move to him and do that. Well, after this, we could finally move on with the game. No more grinding. Na 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 na. 愛にできることはまだあるよ。僕にできることはまだあるかい。What a beautiful song. Hey, level 24. It's time to actually move on. Jesus, what will happen? Who do we put first? Probably Electro because it's freaking level 30. So this is our team now. Jesus. Next Pokemon we steal, we're gonna have to release one of them. We trained up 4 guys. That's quite a bit, actually. Hopefully, it's worth it. You were the lieutenant? I see. Let's go, baby. We're going for free. Welcome aboard. That is quite the original party attire. There you are. Well, we better get searching. These Pokemon crates have got to be somewhere. Ah. Bonjour, I'm le waiter. I'll be able to serve you anything. Alright. I'd like to have some chips. They didn't give me chips. Oh, old man. You know what that means? We could steal Pokemon. Ooh, level 15. I honestly don't want to steal this Pokemon. I don't want to risk losing someone we just spent so much time training. Alright, so... Guys, we've caught Nidoran, the male one. The female one is considered... Female and male, they're considered different... They're considered different Pokemon, right? I mean, I already know the answer, but I'm gonna look it up. Are Nidoran male and female considered different Pokemon? Why are I still considered different Pokemon?
Yeah, they are considered different Pokemon. Dude, you're on a roll. You seem to be streaming more often now. Yes, I am. What's up, Aqua? I 100% am. How are ya? Aloha. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I'm standing. I put my desk all the way up and I'm standing because my legs were hurting. Isn't that cool? I'm so smart. I'm so smart. We're doing 24-hour stream tomorrow. So pop in that if you'd like. But it will be Pokemon only. So don't pop in if you don't want to. We will do a cool 24-hour stream next month, most likely, on Cookie Clicker, though. So that should be cool. Thanks for popping in and saying hi, though. Appreciate it. Okay, so we already had the man. I used the wrong language. Konnichiwa. Aloha is fine, too. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, how are ya? This is the... I always forget. Which is female, which is male? Which is... I added a bunch of rewards, though. And I made the transition smoother. I've improved the stream a lot, which I'm happy about today. Male sign. I don't remember the symbols. Oh, I'm on the female one. Okay, I was right. I'm a genius. Let me just write down that I'm getting it. Nidoran. Female. 24th Pokemon, baby. 24th Pokemon to kill. Stealer Pokemon. Gonna name you Garl. No. Gonna name you Aqua. Because Aqua's here. Aqua. Nice. Yelling a volleyball. Is that worth it? I wish to be left alone. Get out! Oh wait, you can't contribute to that anymore. I put that on my Discord already. The goal was never met. I don't think you're able to contribute to it. I don't know if I want to... I already showed it because Nathan made a deal with me. I was supposed to do 100 push-ups for his birthday, but instead I did 50, and I did 50 the next day. And I showed that video on stream. You already have an Aqua Pokemon, right? I just got one. No, I don't think I do. I wish to be left alone. I wish to sleep in your bed, but I can't. Can I get off the ship? I can get off the ship. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. That makes sense! Because it's before the ship leaves. Oh my God, this is so cool. Alright, this is the moment of truth. Alright, guys, this is actually kind of scary. We could lose a lot of Pokemon here. Like a lot of Pokemon that we just spent a lot of time training, okay? If we roll a 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's bad news. Why'd you give me muscles? Why'd you give me muscles? Not the right time. Let's see what happens.
Wow.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Let's see what happens. No! Our best Pokemon, are you freaking kidding me? Oh my God. Are you serious? What is this stupid rules I made for myself? And I have to say, let's go. Oh my God. I think you do, though. I remember you named one of them Aqua. Did you kill them or get rid of me? No, so the way it works is this is a Nuzlocke. So when the Pokemon dies... I was like, oh yeah, you're right. But no, this is the one we just got. When a Pokemon dies... I mean, when I lose all my Pokemon, I have to restart the game. And you named one of them Aqua like a while ago. That was on a different game, I think. Oh. Good night, Nathan. Have an amazing night. Jesus. If you want to see the rules for this game, these are the rules. They're pretty insanely intense, actually. God damn it. I don't want to play anymore. We lost... Oh, You're actually good. But now you're dead. So bye, I guess. He was a level 30. Jesus. Okay, the cool thing is... God Monkey version 1 is Nathan, by the way. That's way too much reading for Twitch. I know. Sorry. You don't need to read it. Basically, we release every other Pokemon. Bro is back on top. Who do we add on the team now? We don't need to add anyone on the team. We could take a risk on the next Pokemon. You know what? Let's do that. Let's take a risk on the next Pokemon. Because I'm tired of training guys just for them to die. Oh my Gucci. I don't want to verse you yet. I am but a solitary traveler, and I'm about to steal your Pokemon. Another Growlithe! Yes! And a Vulpix. Wait, what the hell? My friends, I was right! Okay, we're forced to take the Growlithe now because of the Vulpix before. I was actually right from before. Hell yeah! Alright, let's get Growlithe. I hope we don't lose him, though. What do we name him? We'll name you... Beast, because you are a beast. But you're just a filthy Pokemon. So the whole idea of this run, I gave myself the challenge. You should be nice to friends. Shut up! You're not my friend, though. I gave myself a challenge. You play as Team Rocket, as the bad guys in this game. And I gave myself the challenge that I have to steal every single Pokemon that I can. And I have to release every other Pokemon. That's pretty much what the rules are. So, we got Growlithe, which is actually... really good. Let me just, I know my face isn't there, but come on. You can't lie, it's better when my face isn't there to watch, right? I just gotta replace some of the guys. We got Arbok now. We still have Dodo. So the only thing that changed now is the 6th Pokemon is now Beast. Joking and a man not talking all day, all day. Wait, what's his name? Growlithe. Growlithe. Oh my god, there's so many Pokemon that starts with GR. Growlithe. There we go. He's one of the cutest Growlithe is one of the cutest Pokemon, in my opinion. And he's level 14, which is decent. I don't know. It's not that good. I would like a cherry pie. I'm not a waiter, stupid. Oh my god. A world cruise is so elegant yet cozy. Oh, can I verse her and steal her Pokemon? I always travel with Wigglytuff. Oh, can I steal her Pokemon? God damn it. Oh, I can steal his Pokemon. But that means we'll have to release someone again. Wow, you're great. I stole his Nidorano. So unfortunately, we can't. Unfortunately, I can't use him. Listen, let me be your friend. Then I can learn to be bad like you. What the hell? Don't tell mom. We're cruising around the world. I collected this Pokemon. Every day, every time, come on, I told you money ton. I can't steal her Pokemon. She's too old for me. I demand that you heal them at a Pokemon Center. Oh, I wish I could steal her Pokemon. Brick Break? We just got Brick Break. What the hell? That's awesome. Brick Break is an awesome move. The only problem is that, like, yeah, we're gonna save. I don't know if you can reuse TMs in this game. Some games they let you reuse TMs. Let's test it out right now. Oh, no one can learn it. No one. Okay, you can learn it. Oh, you can't reuse them in this game. Okay. We'll pretend nothing happened there. Let's continue the game. All day and all night. What the hell? That was weird. So we went into all of these rooms. We could go downstairs. I've never actually explored the whole area. Whoa, we could go to the kitchen? Great ball, useless. Indeed, I am le chef. Okay, that was kind of random. I'm so busy, I'm getting a daisy. I'm like, snivel. That's funny. Did you hear about the famous man from Hoenn who's aboard with us? Is that Steven? No way. Did I spoil it for myself? Alright, let's go down first. I think they gave us more access to stuff here. Dragonite! Lance is here. I mean, or does Steven have Dragonite? No, Steven has Metagross. Lance and Steven are here. Jesus, that's crazy. Those are powerhouse Pokemon. No, a double battle? Oh, it's not a double battle, okay. Shelder. Tentacool. Just kill them all. Level 26. Ooh, they don't have double battles in this game. Weird. I wonder why. I can't steal their Pokemon. Next door. Next. I like feisty guys like you. Bro, I'm sorry. I don't sway that way. Damn, how many horsies do you... No homo... Yo, that's mad funny. What? Whoever wrote this game is like... It's funny. What the heck? I don't know if it's a good idea to just train bro, though. Might be kind of dumb. Oh, we got rest. Hello, stranger. All my Pokemon are from the sea. If we had our electric boy, we could do something. Let's get some other people doing. No, confusion's super effective there. We can't do that. Shelder. I think Snake will be okay against it. Yeah, good job. You can really have an entertaining conversation with the game. I thought you were talking to Chad for a while. Well, I've learned through streaming. I think I'm gonna sit down now. I've learned through streaming that there will be many times where people aren't talking, so I gotta talk to myself. Look at this. I think this was a little bit below. Look at that. This week is... Oh. This week does feel like it's going by slow. I agree. Okay. As I said before, when you weren't listening, Aqua, I'm doing a 24-hour stream tomorrow. Oh yeah, I just had to move the mic and everything. That's why. Wait. Sorry, I was writing with pencil on the wall, so I know the height. I think this height is okay. I don't remember what height I had it at before, but it is what it is. Okay. I was listening till I said Pokemon. I'm sorry. No, I basically said I'm going to do a 24-hour stream of Pokemon tomorrow because there's a new Pokemon game coming out. And... Ooh, a Hyper Potion. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm so happy I could leave the ship to heal my guys. And Fridays, I almost never stream. Of course, this Friday I will because it'll be during the 24-hour stream. The audio is better when you're standing. Wait, really? Well, that's because it's directly in front of me. So, I'm actually going to solve that issue. I'm going to get a boom stand during Black Friday. To basically have... So I could just have this on my desk. Because right now it's really annoying to set up. But yeah. This week is going by slow. Community games, to be honest, probably not until Saturday. Saturday we'll watch videos. I don't know how tired I'll be from the 24-hour stream though. But yeah. Okay. It was only a kiss. You know what? I just had a great idea. I'm gonna keep every duplicate Pokemon in a separate box so I could just kill them all at once later. Here you go. Feel safe there. Do you feel safe, Nidoran? Do you feel safe? Alright, let's get... Hey, my dog came in here. Hi, Caspi. You can sleep on Friday. Are you still active with Uber Eats? Nah. I haven't been doing Uber Eats. Today I was actually gonna go back to... I keep telling myself tomorrow, but today I was legitimately gonna do it. But I added so much stuff to stream. I was working on this. I honestly didn't have time. I don't know where everyone is. They're just not here, I guess. They may be waiting for tomorrow, maybe. I mean, some people were here earlier. Some people could be lurking. I have no idea. And I think Nathan went to sleep. But this is your favorite game to watch, no? Aqua? I'm joking. Sorry. Okay, so this doesn't lead to anything. I don't know why they give us access to there. This, we went through everything. So next is this. The ship, she is a luxury liner. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. I remember what I wanted to do now. I wanted to show my dog on stream. Let me put it on. It's like Sophia just now. That's my doggo. How you doing, Caspi? Caspi, you okay? I think he's okay. Where is the communal night only for me? I know. I hear there's a lot of commotion. I can't be bothered to check. I'm too old. He's there. He's the white thing on the blanket. Check out what I fished up. I should use other Pokemon. I really should use other Pokemon. There we go. You know what? Really? Don't hit yourself, you loser. There you go. Ooh, time to steal another... A Pikachu. We actually lost the Pikachu. We can't... We're gonna steal it, but we can't use it. 15 years ago, I would have won. Lol. He looks like a fluffy pillow. He does, right? He's mad cute. He's so cute. Have you seen him on stream before? Nope, first time. Oh, damn. You don't remember? No, I'm joking. It's Caspian. They don't have double battles in this game, which is really weird to me. Ponyta. Hey! We're gonna steal a Pokemon. I don't know if we stole Ponyta before. Looking at my list of Pokemon that we have stolen, Ponyta is not on the list. So we have not stolen a Ponyta. Oh, I forgot to write Growlithe. Oopsies. First time seeing him? Really? Yeah, he's really cute. He's old now, though. He's 11 years old. He still likes to go. Ha! No! It's not Prince Caspian from Chronicles. It's Caspian Sea from Azerbaijan, which is where my parents are from. Wow, Aqua. Wow. Disgraceful. Wow. Yeah, why didn't I write down the Growlithe? I completely forgot about catching it. Na. Wait, this number doesn't make sense. I'm so confused now. We caught Growlithe, and we were forced to release someone. Who did we? Oh, Magnemite. We released Magnemite. Sorry, I'm going all over the place trying to figure out stuff. So I'm still gonna think you're an art. I did like Prince. I like the name Caspian too, and Prince Caspian is cool. Your geography is limited. Oh, typical American. No, I'm just joking. What am I missing here? Let's call you Pony. We caught a Pokemon, Nidoran. Named it Aqua. Then released the Pokemon. Then caught a Growlithe and we're fine. Oh, we're gonna have to release the Pokemon now. I'm not missing anything. Damn it. We released... So we got rid of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Pokemon. 11 Pokemon. I don't remember. You should have a dog treat reward. That'll cause him to lose his figure. Oh, he loves to... Caspi! He loves to eat everything. But, he actually loves eating everything. My dad told me to doll up in case Lance came. Is that what they said? Oh, wrong Pokemon. That's funny. Stop paralyzing me. But I'm so pretty. Isn't that how Lorelai got into Elite 4 by being pretty? Sheesh. So the thing is, it would be inconsistent because he isn't here all the time. Ooh, I don't want to go that way yet. Oh, I had a heart attack. In the original game, you have to verse a guy there. I'm not ready for that yet. But yeah, it would make him too fat too. He's a mini schnauzer. They told us he was a purebred when we got him, but he seems like a mix. He doesn't like being in the camera, I guess. He keeps getting further away from it. Okay, so Nidoran was definitely the last... What Pokemon am I missing? So I'm trying to figure out, like, why I'm so dumb. So, we still have Paris on the team. We still have Ekans. We still have Oddish. We still have Slowpoke. We still have Sandshrew. We still have Weedle, Pikachu. Do we have Weedle, actually? Yeah, he's on the team. Psyduck, Farfetch'd. Oh, no, wait. This Pikachu doesn't count. Oh, we lost Pikachu. I forgot to write that down. Wait, this guy does count. It's so confusing. It's so hard to play this. I made the rules too difficult, too crazy, too all over the place. But we lost Pikachu. That's what it was. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Pokemon. What do you mean he's not in your home all the time? Do you force him out in the cold to fend for himself? Yes. No, he's home all the time, but except when I walk him and my mom walks him. But he's what I'm saying is he wouldn't be here all the time, so I'd have to go upstairs because I'm in the basement because I'm a loser. I'd have to go upstairs and get him just to feed him, you know? Oh, you're so mean, Aqua. I'm not that bad. Alright, Psyduck is here. Farfetch'd is here. This Rattata is going to be in this. We're going to get rid of him later. Oh, we lost Dodo. Oh no, we have Dodo right here. Horsey is here. Who are we missing? Bellsprout Weed is here. Vulpix. Did I count Vulpix twice? No. Nidoran. Growlithe and Ponyta. What am I missing? 9 plus 6 is 15. Plus 11 is 26. Oh, I'm not missing anything. We lost 11. We only lost 11 Pokemon. But we have 26. How? Oh, I guess we got him. We'll go upstairs and get him. Are you kidding me? I'm a streamer. I'm lazy. That's so much work. And he wouldn't want to come down all the time. You need dark sheets so we can see Caspi better? I have some other... This is my winter sheet. I only have one winter sheet, so... Listen, if you donate $50, then I'll buy a winter sheet that's dark. Okay? I don't even know how much they cost. What am I missing here? 22... Did we miss 2? I'm literally missing something, and I'm too dumb to realize it. Like, one Pokemon is dead, or I screwed up somehow, and I don't know how. Everybody, put your hands up. I like this song. You did 100 push-ups for a fan, you can handle going up and downstairs. I did that because he asked me last year. Okay. I going up and down, that's like... First of all, I leave my
stream AFK. So when the billions of people who are gonna come in, you know, are gonna come in, they're not gonna see me, you know, and I feel like that's messed up. So that's why. I'm literally missing this critical piece of information, and it's driving me crazy. It's like, I don't know what it is. Basically, there's 26 Pokemon we stole, but there's only 11 dead. There should be 12 dead. So I'm missing one Pokemon who's supposed to be dead. The millions of viewers will be patient for Caspi, but they won't know because they'll come in when I'm going upstairs. So they're going to be like, oh, where's the streamer? And someone will have to explain it. And, like, if no one's in chat to explain it, we're screwed. Oh my god, what is this stupid one Pokemon? Okay. Zubat's dead, Clefable's dead, Butterfree's dead, Pidgeot's dead. Paris, we still have. Paris Hilton right here. She's so beautiful. It's a he, though. Poliwhirl's dead. Ekans, we still have. Mankey is dead. Venonat is dead. Meowth is dead. Oddish we have right there. Slowpoke is still here. He's a Slowpokey. Nidoran's dead. Sandshrew is here. Weedle is here. Like, I'm missing something. Psyduck is here. Farfetch'd is here. Horsey Doduo is here. What am I missing? Bellsprout. Vulpix. Nidoran. Ponyta. Growlithe. I'm missing someone. I just don't... Whatever. Your mods will explain... Oh, never mind. You didn't have the debates yet. Listen, okay? My mods... The debates... We'll do debates in the future. I feel like we need more people to do debates, you know? Like a bunch of people. It doesn't really make sense to have it now. I thought about it more, to be honest, off stream. Plus, we have 2 active mods, 2 inactive mods, and that's it. So, it would be 2 mods, like, battling it out, and one of them doesn't talk. Diego has never, like, talked on stream. So, it would literally be just Nathan. The other 2 might not be mods soon. I might unmod them soon, so. What am I missing here? 6? 6 plus 6 is 12 plus 3 is 15. This is actually driving me so crazy. You know what? I'm gonna check it when I edit the stream. I can't deal with this right now. I just can't deal with that. I'm such an idiot because I have to release a Pokemon right now. I literally spent like 15 minutes. Okay, I'm actually stupid. Is that really a surprise? We're gonna have to release a Pokemon here, okay? Hopefully it's not anyone big. But we'll see what happens. The moment... Is Nathan the same as Doctor, the math guy? Doctor's not a mod. Doctor might become mod next month, though. Is he the same? Wait, what do you mean? No, they're 2 different people. Nathan's name is Nathan on stream. On chat. But he has a bunch of different accounts, so... He's also God Monkey version 1. He just made that recently. Alright. Hey, Cortez, what's up? The Pokemon right now, it's actually really tense. Alright, if we roll 1, 2, 3, or 6, it's not good news. No! We just got Growlithe. Are you kidding me? I mean, yay, another Pokemon to kill. Do you like the zoom-ins, though? I put the stream so there's a bunch of zoom-ins. And I think it's really cool. I've never seen a Nathan, but I think I saw a God Monkey. Oh, that's him. He's not God Monkey anymore, though. I know, Growlithe is gone, Cortez. Ugh. I named him Beast and everything. You're actually the most useless Pokemon I have. So, good riddance. He wasn't able to do anything. Now it makes sense. The numbers make sense. Mason, the numbers. You've seen Nate. You and Ak. You've seen him. I'm like, you guys have
Oh, I guess the thing is, Aqua, you usually come in later during the stream, and he usually leaves by then because he's like going to sleep. So I guess that's fine. Why does the arrow on the PC look like a peepee? There's an arrow on the PC. What arrow? The hand? What hand? I'm so confused. It doesn't look like a peepee. It looks like a. Looks like an arrow. Oh my God, Cortez, you're such a child. The hand you used to move the Pokemon around? Oh. Does it? You're making me go all the way back there to see if a hand in a Pokemon game looks like a penis. Oh my God, bro. Let's do it. No, it doesn't. Okay, it does look a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. It does look a little weird. It's a bit sussy baka. It's a bit sussy for sure. Okay, thankfully we didn't lose our best Pokemon though. And best in this Nuzlocke is our highest level guy. Alright, we have to go up here. Nope, we don't. Okay, we already versed them. We already versed them. We already versed them. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm scared of versing like the big boys up here. You didn't have to go back. My bad. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I want to see Lance so bad, but my dad won't let me.
Dragon Pokemon are evil and demonic? What? That's so random. What the heck? The captain has never been seasick. The way he cuts, it is a masterful work of art. It really is. Yo, I love the game dialogue in this game. It's so funny. All right, before we go there. Oh, what the hell? Okay, I guess that's where we have to go. It is I, Garson, the greatest chef in all of Kanto Johto. Did you come for my autograph? Shut up, bro. Let me verse you. God damn it. All right, the game forces me into this area. We only have 5 Pokemon. I did that purposefully to see what the next Pokemon would catch is. But you know what? Let's add a 6th Pokemon on our team. Okay. Who do we add? Let's see what moves they have. We got Ponyta with Ember and Flamethrower. Double Kick and Poison Stick. That's actually pretty useful. We'll put you on the team for now. Yeah, that should be good. How long would I slide? Separate my side. We have a bunch of new rewards too if anyone wants to try them out and hasn't seen them. They're actually pretty cool. IMO. Alright. What's going on here? Can we verse them? Who is it? It's a movie star? I paid too much money for my ticket to miss out on this.
Who's the gray-haired one? He's cute. Oh, and so powerful.
Oh my god, it is Steven. VIP ticket. I want to see.
I've waited to see those figures for years.
How do I look? Can I let Lance see me like this? Settle down, people. Our VIP guests have just finished their meal and are engaging in some private conversation. Their time is very precious. Yo, we could go there. That's so cool. Yo. Oh my god, it's literally Lance and Steve. Oh, we're hiding. Oh my god, this is crazy. What the hell? This is so cool. This is such a cool game. It is a pleasure to finally get to meet you in person, Lance. Oh, let me put the light back on because I lowered the fan. Let me brighten up my face a bit more so you guys can see my beautiful face. This is actually so cool. I've heard much about the state of Kanto affairs under your reign from my advisors, but I've always wanted the opportunity to discuss it. Are you optimistic about your region's future? Oh, let me tell you, Mr. Stone, they're calling it the Golden Age of Kanto. But we're only just beginning. Not only have living standards increased drastically, but our economy is in an unparalleled boom. Yo, having this information and showing Giovanni this information is gonna make me a top dog on the Team Rocket. That's actually mad cool. To think that Sylph Co., once a Kanto family business, now has a near nationwide monopoly on the production of Pokeballs. Fuchsia Safari Zone is also attracting an ever-increasing mass of tourists. Wait, who's talking? I don't know if I'm the... That isn't even to mention what the region's brightest entrepreneurs have in store. Kanto has turned out quite prosperous. Oh, he's going to talk about Team Rocket now. Well, it sounds like private enterprise is doing good, but what of the people? Do they approve of you? I'm led to understand your predecessors were quite universally revered. That's so cool. Who was the predecessor to Lance? Up until the moment he surrendered the war, who would give up his region's independence honors just to save his own skin. Who was the other? I just got chills. Is it Giovanni? Cassie thought you were going to pet him or something, and when you didn't, he's a typical pink. Aww. How'd you know? I know that having conquered Kanto in war as a Johto general necessarily means that some of my citizens won't take too kindly to me right away. Oh! That's so cool! Wait, he captured it as a Johto general. Ah, because he's from Johto and not Kanto Lance, yeah? I don't know enough. Why you always me? Okay, this story's actually really interesting. I'm sorry. But I dare say my entry in the history books will be more favorable than that old coward's. Damn! I see. I love Steven. Steven's my favorite character. This man, he's beautiful. The gray-haired man. I hope you'll excuse my lacking both in political experience and memory. What's the name of the predecessor? Yes! Giovanni? His name. Samuel Oak? Professor Oak? I just got chills again. What? And this Oak, he has now given up battling and resigned himself completely to his Pokemon research. Oh my god, I keep getting chills. This is crazy. Mr. Stone, Oak didn't give up battling of his own accord. He was banned the moment he called for surrender. Oh my god. Jesus. Why in the world do you think such a powerful and respected trainer as the Samuel Oak would surrender without a fight? It seems so odd. So unlike a champion. I see no mystery in that. We were winning the war and the old man got scared for his life. He probably did it not to kill like a bunch of people or something. No, I have no idea. Some high-level Kanto scientists were allegedly trying to make genetically engineered warfare Pokemon around then. Mewtwo as a last resort, but nothing came of it. Once we got the legendary dogs, victory was more or less guaranteed. And they're literally stacked aboard right here. Jesus, some Kanto patriots may like to tell the story different, but that's the truth of it, Mr. Stone. That's not Mr. Stone, that's Steven. Oh, Steven Stone. Oh. Wait, so is the President Stone and in Gen 3, is that related to Steven? Interesting turn of events, I have to say. I'm glad I could keep you entertained. You kept me entertained. I'm afraid I'll have to leave you. Jesus. Oh, is he gonna see me right now? Is he gonna see me? Oh no, he flies away. Oh, thank God. Oh my god. Jesus, do I go up to Steven? Steven doesn't know what Team Rocket is, maybe. I'm going up to Steven. I'm gonna go up to him. Let's talk to everyone else first, though. I do believe the Magikarp was a little too salty. Oh my god, he ate a Magikarp. Oh, that makes sense. You must not bother the Hoenn champion. Oh, but they allow me to bother him. The Lance has such a violent appetite. This party's moderately entertaining. The parties on my own yacht are infinitely grander. I'm quite full now, thank you. He thinks I'm a waiter. Oh my god, bro. Are you Oh! The dogs are probably right here. No? The dogs aren't there. But I still found some crazy info out. I gotta tell my bad guy boss. I gotta tell him. Oh, he doesn't care. What a loser. Oh, I have to check all the crates in the... What's a crate, though? None of these are crates. Oh, maybe they give us access to this now? Oh, they do. Nothing like a full pipe of Sailor's Backy after a meal. If only all my afternoons were this peaceful. That's before he throws up for red. Ooh. Pokemon cries appear to be coming from inside. Trespassing on my cabin during my private time, are we? Oh. I'd say you're in trouble. I see how it is. You came here to pick up those crates. See, my crew found those things lying around on deck. I'm sure as heck don't remember loading them. Let me show you how we deal with petty smugglers. I'll cut you right up. We actually versed the captain. That's actually so cool. I'm saying actually a lot. Look how hot he is. Captain Arab? Arab? That's an interesting name for a captain. Is that even like what... Do people name their children Arab? Alright, we're just gonna confusion here. We should be fine. We will be fine. Oh. That didn't do much for being super effective. It's super effective because it's poison water, and psychic beats poison. I just have to remember, that's why I said it. Oh, stop rapping me. Of course, he heals up. So it would have been smarter for me to yawn here, actually. If I would yawn... Ooh, that actually did a lot of damage. Maybe this is fine. Hopefully rap goes away soon. Stop rapping me! Jesus. Yeah, I can't switch out Pokemon, I think, when it's... Bro, you gotta be kidding me. Bubble Beam? Get out of here, Tentacool. Let's go! Good job, bro. Good job. I'm proud of him. Water Pulse? Let's go. Are you kidding me? It's basically a better water gun. Diglett. Oh my god, perfect. Yo, if we lost bro, that would have been annoying. Mud Slap. Are you serious? Magnitude 4? You're gonna survive, bro. It's just magnitude 4. It barely did any damage. Look at our health. Now look at his health. Bye-bye. Okay, Scyther is actually a bit scary. Scyther is a bit scary. Ice, Flying, Fire, Electric, kill it. Thankfully, we did level Birdo up to level 24. Flight should do quite some damage on Scyther, if not take him out one shot. Let's go, baby. Wait, was that Krabby? Did that say Krabby? I didn't pay attention. Let's go with Snake. It was Krabby. Let's go with Crunch. Acid. Get out of here! Gosh darn landlubber, I'll have you arrested. Yo, if Steven comes, I'll die. Yes, we could steal Pokemon! Okay. Tentacool, Diglett, Krabby, Scyther. Are you kidding me? I'm stealing your Scyther. Hell yeah. That's an awesome Pokemon. Any name recommendation, guys? That's so cool. We got a Scyther, bro. Oh my god. You know what? If no name recommendations, we'll go with Cortez. What in the... My Scyther! You filthy thief! I'll have you know we have some powerful authority figures aboard. Hopefully they left already. I'll have you tried in national court. Heh! Ooh, let's go! More bad guys, baby. Poison gas, let's go! What the hell? This video is unavailable. I thought I removed it. Oh, that's why he starts throwing up. Yo! That's so cool. That is so cool. I love this. This game is so cool. Good riddance. Nicely done, coughing. That was so cool. I see you finally found the crates, Grunt. Good. It'll probably take a couple of trips to get them all off the ship, but we'll manage. I don't think this old guy's gonna pose much of a problem anytime soon anyway. I got a scythe there, too. Hell yeah. That's the last one. I'll have the Pokemon move to appropriate location. I'm just happy to be off the ship. I like this guy. He's cool. Speaking of mailing these things, have a look at that. Oh, we can actually see things in this game. Whose bright idea was to put some great big truck out on this tiny little island? Ooh. It's to hide stuff. Once we get surf, we're gonna explore that. Maybe we'll get surf right now. Nothing more to see. I figure boss will have some other mission for you. Head Starboy. Head back to HQ. I am Starboy. Oh my god, I'm such a cool person in this game. Oh. Unlike real life. Aww. So sad. Did you post the Avatar video? I want to see the edit. No. I told you last time. I don't want to edit. I don't want to spend time editing like different types of videos. So what I'm basically going to do, unless you're talking about the whole stream. I tried to post the whole stream, but it got blocked because I actually did 50 push-ups during that stream and I put Hey Joe, Jimi Hendrix on my phone and YouTube blocked it because of Jimi Hendrix. So I'm going to put the video up again tomorrow or sometime this week. And that video is basically everything we streamed, but nah, I'm not editing that. No, it would take too long to edit, and I'm doing mainly Pokemon right now. So I don't want to... I've realized throughout my lifetime, which is very short so far, but that I never stick to one thing. I always change things up. So I want to stick to Pokemon this time, as my main game at least, and main videos. So, yeah. Unfortunately, no. Sorry, Aqua. But the video, from the stream will be up eventually. So we don't have Surf. I'm going to assume we're going to get access to Surf now. I'm actually feeling really good about how this run is going. It's going so well. I don't want to jinx it, but where's the headquarters? I don't remember. There's a couple of headquarters. Studio. Oh yeah, it was in Cerulean. Where was it? It was in... Oh no, it was here. It was in Celadon. That's why everyone's here. I have a memory of a goldfish. Oh, me too. It's okay. I thought Pokemon was a relaxing main game. No intent behind it, but to relax, kind of like Animal Crossing. So the way Pokemon is a relaxing game, but people have made something called a Nuzlocke to make it harder. In Nuzlocks, if one of your Pokemon faints, you just release it. It's considered dead, and you can never use it again. If all your Pokemon in your party, and all 6 of them die, then you have to reset all the way to the beginning. So there's different variants of that. One variant of that, and you don't need to read this obviously, that I made up is this variant. This is a made-up Pokemon game. So this isn't a Pokemon game that Pokemon made, Nintendo made. Like some fans made this. And you play as the bad guys in this game. So I'm trying to be as evil as I can. I steal as many Pokemon as I can. You could steal Pokemon in this game. And I get rid of like every other Pokemon. And there's some other rules that are there, but yeah. Oh. Hey Pong, it's me. I haven't heard from you in a while. No major new rocket events to report? No Silph scoop? Fine, I'm just calling to tell you I passed on one of the gifts you gave me from before. Some hotshot trainer kids stopped by and helped me with some experimental hiccups. He was borderline mute and probably lightly autistic, but he was more intense and focused than any kid trainer I've ever seen. 11 years old and he had 2 badges, so I gave him the ticket. That's okay, the reason why this is so cool is because they literally make references to the other game and they show what's happening from the bad guy's point of view, which makes it so freaking interesting. I wonder if I could go back to the ship and verse him now. Or if they left the ship. Like, I wonder how much they thought about that. Wait, I still have access to the ship? Is he here? He's not here. Oh, that would be crazy if it's like a Easter egg that you could verse red. Basically, you verse the main character from the main games in this game, which is crazy because you're not the main character anymore. I don't know, it's so cool. All right, let's go into our bad guy base. We're probably gonna get a whole thing right now. Let's see what he says. I always get confused here because I'm a loser. I wonder if they say other stuff now. Cops are rewarding me for being nice, only because I was bad before. Like, I just feel like there's some moral contradiction here, but I just can't put my finger on it. I'm not the only one who finds it funny that the cops are rewarding me for being nice. Lol. They talked about Team Rocket on TV. I wish I could go, hi, Mom. Maybe she wouldn't like it. It's so interesting to see their what they do in this game. Ever since Lance's TV announcement, I've just started being nice to everyone I see so they won't judge me for being a rocket. Damn. It's like showing how they're people. I wonder what goes on in the rocket laboratory. They never let me go in there and it's bugging me. Do you think they're making nuclear bombs? That would be cool. And more than being supplied for a rookie, it's to be pestered while the same rookies... Maybe if I just ignore them. That's mad funny, actually. This guy hates rookies. I'm not really a rookie anymore. I guess I am, but... Okay. Let's see what else is... What other guys we can talk to here that change. The shop here should have access to more stuff. Now the police are rewarding us for not doing crimes. So these guys here are rewarding us for doing more crimes. I don't know what I should do. Wait, they reward you for doing more crimes here? Do they actually? Oh, I thought they like formally do. Like they give you TMs. Because the police are now encouraging us to be nice, these guys here have now set up a counter program to encourage us to be bad. Oh my god, wait, what? What's the counter program? We're tired of seeing all of those rockets cowering in fear, going all soft and refraining from stealing Pokemon. We say screw them. We're setting up shop here to reward the biggest and baddest rockets. The higher the bounty, the greater the reward. What's your name, Pong? We'll look you up in the police registry. Yo, I have a high 62,000. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah, we're evil, baby. We're evil. I like you, bud. We need more tough guys like you around. Hell yeah. Ah, it pays to be bad. Take this. King's Rock? We could get Kingdra now. Quick Claw? Oh, that's it? Been stealing a lot of... I'm impressed. You really don't give... I like you. We need more tough guys. Huh. Oh, I'm happy I actually explored this area. This is so cool. Okay, so... Quick Claw. We might as well... We're gonna give Quick Claw to Bro. King's Rock we'll keep for later, obviously. And, yeah. That looks good. We might have to keep it until much later on, but... It is what it is. Oh, that was so cool, though. That was so worth it. Alright, let's see what this guy says now. There are tough times to be a criminal, man. The world won't just accept us anymore. Let's go to the boss. We haven't seen the boss in hours, in years, in decades. Don't go think you're special now. You better not disappoint boss now. I know, I'll try. If it isn't Pong, well, come on up. This game is so cool. I heard you did well in your forays in Cerulean and Vermilion. If you keep up this performance, we'll have little choice but to promote you before long. Let's go! So you're telling me this red kid has already beaten 2 gym leaders and is heading for his 3rd? Well, we should keep half an eye on his whereabouts, but we can hardly follow him around at all hours. Besides, the fact that he managed to beat the other kid trainer from Mount Moon shows that we've probably largely overestimated the threat these kids pose anyway. With any luck, their little bout with Team Rocket will turn out to have been nothing but a brief one-off accident. Hell yeah! Isn't that right, Ariana? Ariana Grande is in this game. Be that as it may, we have some more pressing matters to attend to right now. Listen up! Apparently Mr. Fuji of Lavender Town has gotten so resentful of our exploits that he has decided to take matters into his own hands. Fuji's no master trainer, but he has experience enough. He has managed to knock out all of the grunts we have stationed in Lavender. Oh. He has made his way up to the top and vows to stay there until the souls of the murdered Pokemon have departed, or something of the like. We get to go to Lavender Town. The old man has cut up our supply of Cubone skulls. Jesus, why do we have Cubone skulls? We need to have him incapacitated. Jesus. He walks around a lot. Why does he have such a big bed sofa? I normally send one of my admins on such a job, but most of them are on other missions. The others, I suspect they're a little too scared of ghosts. It's a prime opportunity to prove your worth. Let's go! Wait, I should tell him about the conversation I heard. Lavender Town is east of here. Get over there as soon as possible. You also want to carry one of these lest you'll really be scared. Sylph Scope! Oh, that makes sense. Because it's Sylphco. Get going, no use standing around. Go teach that Fuji a thing or two. Hell yeah! Us rockets aren't too popular in Lavender. Get moving, Pong. So, were you one of those people who was into Pokemon Go and got to key areas to collect rare Pokemon? I never went into weird alleyways or anything like that. but I was really into Pokemon Go, sure. I'll say what made me got out of it was like having friends stop playing it, moving to Japan, and having way too many events. They made it not feel special anymore, which I really didn't like. I remember those on my college campus. It was so fun. I was so confused at first. I got the game the day it came out, and I was in Manhattan, which, you know, you could guess is one of the hotbeds of Pokemon, right? And there were so many people playing. Even a construction worker was playing, like older guy. It was so interesting to see. Even my mom was playing for some time. And I would play before school and between classes because I was going to college at the time. And then it just blew up out of nowhere, and I was like, "Really? I should have made videos or streamed it or something." Jesus Christ, the amount I played it originally. There are people who go to Piers for water Pokemon. Oh, was it popular in Japan? I don't know. When I went there, it was already died down. You know, I assume it was popular. I feel like what's popular here is not that popular in Japan. Nah, not really. A lot of stuff popular here are popular in Japan, but I feel like maybe they're more popular here. So, like, a lot of Nintendo games, like the new Pokemon game coming out, my assumption is that it's kind of popular in Japan. I know Super Smash Bros. Is popular in Japan, but yeah, I think I would agree that, or I would say that it's at least more popular here. But I think it's still popular in Japan. Okay, I'm not supposed to go this way, I think, but I just want to see what happens if I go this way. Oh no, I can't go that way. Oh, this game is so cool. This game's actually... Oh, what the hell? Lost your way, sweetie? No, stupid. Why are there people here? I'm bored. Want to talk to me? What? How's your night going? Could always be better. What the hell? She's so exotic, so different from the others. Where'd she go? This is wasting my time. Where's the Hoenn doll? I'm not paying if she's gone. I got no reason to come here if that one from Hoenn's not around. What happened? What? Take it easy. We all know Miss Hoenn's popular around here. But fame is a burden, you know what I'm saying? She's just off on vacation. She'll be back in no time. You're not a rocket, are you? Listen for a second. Help me out. I'll make it worth your while. Okay. The best girl I got, man. She ran off without a word. Lured away by this hot shot. Nobody who runs the joint of the other underground path over on Route 5. Ruki doesn't know anything about the game. Get over there and get her back for me. And give that wannabe kid a good round for me too if you can. What the hell? This is so cool. They they literally have like a pimp here and like girls in the underground. Oh, that makes sense. Oh my god, this game is actually so well made and so funny. Oh, good morning, Nathan. What's up? I think Japan's exposed to games on anime first. Well, yeah, obviously. And then the year later, it's introduced US, and Japan's already over it. Nah. Nowadays, because of globalization, games all around the world are pretty much released around the same time, no matter what. What was popular movies, anime, and activities in Japan? Watching sumo wrestling. I think sumo wrestling is still the big sport, but really, modern day people, everyone plays baseball in Japan. A lot of people go to karaoke. A lot of people drink. A lot of people smoke. They're still in the 80s in a lot of ways. I mean, they made karaoke, but karaoke is big there. It's really cheap. Popular movies, like some anime movies. I don't really know other than anime movies. Popular anime, it was the same exact thing here. Actually, it was even more so in Japan. So I think you're actually, yeah, kind of wrong on that. Because, like, the shirt I'm wearing now was gifted to me by a Japanese guy, actually. This is a Japanese shirt. Well, I don't know. I'm probably made in China, but yeah. I saw a God Monkey in the chat. He's not God Monkey anymore, though. I'm feeling better than ever. Hell yeah. I'm feeling pretty good, too, now, so. Good. What do you mean you saw a God Monkey in chat? You're one of the most infamous criminals. The price on your head is a whopping 62,000. It'll take a lot more than a couple of Pokemon trades to atone for your sins, I'll tell you. Oh, he still doesn't verse me. I guess he's too scared. The officers don't verse you. They just try to, recover the stolen Pokemon. I guess that makes sense. Zimama badum pum pum chum. No. I think it's up here. Hey!
Hello there.
Mr. S! I didn't know you're streaming right now. Are you serious? Thanks for the raid. Look, I become Naruto when people raid me. It goes away after some time, though. How you doing, man? Jesus, we have to talk and stuff. Oh, I put 2 exclamation points because I'm a loser. Not much, not much. You were playing Halo Infinite? How is it? I wanted to try it out, but yeah, I don't know. No time, I guess. Essence in my bang, you know, essence in my gun. Thanks, Nathan. I already shouted out, but thanks. Oh, it's fun. I enjoy it. Hey, nice. This is the first time you talked with your main account today, Nathan. I mean, it's free to play, so might as well give it a try. Yeah, that's true. It's just I don't know if my computer could handle it, and then streaming it as well. I don't know, but I don't need to stream it to play it. I'm happy you enjoy it though. Damn, Daniel. For anyone who's wondering, I'm basically a Pokemon Nuzlocke streamer. And YouTuber. That's what I'm trying to concentrate a lot on lately. Gonna do a 24-hour Pokemon Brilliant Diamond stream tomorrow night, by the way. S. Savior. And we do Nuzlocke. And now we're doing Pokemon Team Rocket. This game's actually really fun. Have you ever played it, S? Tell me if it's annoying that I call you S. Got a light handsome? Oh, this is so funny. I'm good, you know. Oh, she doesn't like me. You doing alright there, mister? What the hell? What do you think you're doing, punk? Out of my face. Oh, no need to make no trouble about it. Just chill. So you're going live midnight tomorrow? Yep. I might start the stream earlier, but yeah, you knew the game was coming out midnight tomorrow, yeah? Or, well, I mean, I just said it too, but nah, I'm used to it. Oh, okay. It's just a drink point now till I get 20k. Yeah, but you know, it's 3 months immunity. Nice, nice. Which one you getting? Nah, I'm not getting both. If I was making a lot of money, I would get both, maybe, but I'm getting a Brilliant Diamond because I originally had Diamond. I'm not going to do a Nuzlocke on that, though, because I actually want to enjoy a 24-hour stream. Like, I'm actually really excited. I want to have fun. Usually 24-hour streams that I do, they're like challenges, and they get irritating after a while, but I think it'll be fun tomorrow. Well, I want to see... I've been using a Snapchat camera, so I can, like, do different... Or it's not... Like, it's like snap filters, so I could use different things. So I want to see if I could put a wig on. And, like... Jesus Christ, what the hell is that? You're getting the RCS in January? Hell yeah, I'm looking forward to that too. I'm going to do a 24-hour stream in January for that too, most likely. So far, 6.4k? Damn. On that account? Blonde? I want to see if... Oh, look at that. You could change your hair color. Oh, there we go. That's actually so good. Whoa. Why do I look better like this? I actually look like a hot girl. Look at that. Yeah, you have a nice have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the raid. Arigatou gozaimasu. I really do appreciate it. Have an amazing night, bro. Yo, this is actually so cool. Wait. Alright. Let's do this. You guys ready? You guys ready? You guys ready? You too? Thank you. I'm gonna pretend to be one of the girls in the game. Alright, guys.
Got a light, handsome?
Wait, where's the button? Wait, that's not the one I wanted to favorite. I wanted to favorite. Yeah, there we go.
Got a light, handsome?
Bro, I'm a Team Rocket Grunt. I'm just here to do evil. I'm not here to do that type of stuff. Come on. Right, and then I go here.
You doing alright there, mister?
Bro, I am doing alright. Jesus, I'm here on a mission. Stop distracting me. My God. Was that good, guys? I'm gonna edit that for the video. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me sometimes. Alright. Let's get on with it. Ooh. What do you want, pal? You know the drill. Any of these ladies cause you any trouble, come talk to me. This one here is occupied for the time being, okay? Persistent, ain't ya? We're gonna have to verse this guy. It's not Bussy, bro. Oh, the old bald man sent you, did he? Look, man, don't try to get involved with stuff that you got nothing to do with. Lady came here of her own free will, okay? I'm helping her put her life back together. Is that what the old guy plans on doing? Bro, I don't care about the old guy, the new guy. I just want to be evil. I want to beat the hell out of you, okay? And I want to get the prize that he's going to end up giving me. Whatever that is. Tell you what, I'll give you 5,000 straight now, and we'll leave this all behind us, okay? Be like nothing ever happened. No, what are you... I want to fight you, bro. Like, I don't want no trouble, but you're really asking for it, you know? You got no business coming here, and now you made me mad. Hell yeah. Yeah, Bussy. I'm gonna always say Bussy, bro. Huh, he thinks he's a cool trainer. Freaking loser. Level 23? That's kind of high. But I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. Magnitude 4. Okay, good. That's not gonna do much. Critical hit. What a loser. And you got confused. Yeah, super heal, bro. Hyper potion? You wasting a hyper potion on a level 23 Sand Slash? He's gonna hit him. Oh, he didn't hit him. He has Fury Cutter? Okay, he's dead. It doesn't matter. Rhyhorn. Let's get Rhyhorn out of here. Easy, baby. Pidgeotto. Okay, Pidgeotto is not as easy. Pidgeotto is a bit scarier. Why? I'm the main character? I'm the main character. Pidgeotto. What kills poison, guys? Ground and ground and psychic. So we're gonna change into Snake, and we're just gonna acid him up, bro. Jesus, how much does Quick Attack do? Are you kidding me? How much is Crunch gonna do? Oh, we're gonna acid him up. Get out of here, you meddling idiot! What are you gonna do now, cool trainer? Not so cool anymore. What the hell do you think you're doing, pal? You think any good's gonna come out of this? I don't want good to come out of this.
Oh no, how could he leave me like this? I thought he was going to... Oh, who am I fooling? Well, what do I do now? I can't make it on my own. I'll just have to go back to the old guy. At least he paid me, okay? I know this is stupid. Can you help me? I got nobody, and I can't get a job. Please, anything.
Fine. I'll go help her. Jesus. I'm breaking some underground rings and creating some other monopolies in the other areas. I'm too nice, bro. I'm too nice of a guy. Look above the text. Oh, sorry. 26 girls. Jesus, by the end of the night, you're going to be like, 40 girls. I got my 57th girl. Bro, 90th girl. Can you believe it? Yo, I can't believe it. It's the 100th girl. And I'll be like, okay, bro. That's kind of crazy, actually. Did I just go to the same area? I did. I'm actually stupid. I like this song. Whoa, no. That's the way we have to go, but we're not going there yet. Hey, there we go. This underground path, I never noticed that as a child, but it has got to be the shadiest place in this whole region. True! Wait, the old guy isn't here? Oh my god, where's the other tunnel? I already forgot. Was it in Vermilion? I don't even want it. I know. I know you don't. But you're talking about it quite a bit for someone who doesn't want it. I'm just saying. Cerulean to Vermilion. Where am I supposed to go? Thank God we have fly. Was it here? So let's get personal. I mean, casual. Oh, it was right here. Sign up right now. Hey, there they are. Hey, what's up, bro? Lyric, long time no see. How are ya? This is a throwback. Have you played Pokemon Team Rocket? Or just Pokemon in general? Nice profile pic. Hi, Elliot. Pokemon Team Rocket is crazy. It's a ROM hack where you play as Team Rocket. And we're doing a Nuzlocke. The rules are above a lot of rules, but... Hi, Rocket. I'm fine. Did you find something? No? Okay, well, whatever. There you are, Rocket. Thanks for teaching the riffraff the lesson. I'm a man of my word. Amulet coin! If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. What do you want with me, stupid? Eh? What do you want? How's your night going? Could always be better. Gee, oh my god. This game is so crazy. Oh no, I thought it was Pokemon, just the game. Nah, we do Nuzlocks here, where basically if a Pokemon dies, it's dead forever. Make it more interesting. But yeah, it's still a throwback. That's because I'm still surprised about it. I mean, that is a lot of people. Maybe because you're tall. Tall means a lot, Nathan. Oh no. Yeah, I know, this game is crazy. Did you see how they were talking to each other? This area is throwback, I guess. Yeah, but they added like it's an underground rink or whatever. It's so crazy. Alright. You look good at Pokemon, but how's your chemistry grade? What? I'm not in college anymore. This guy is so stupid. You guys like all those buttons? I changed my I made it so smooth now. He totally flamed you. To be honest, my chemistry grade wasn't even that bad. My worst grade ever was in physics. This guy's getting owned, bro. Look at that. Magnemite. Damn it. This isn't looking good now, actually. Let's use... Damn it. Oh, that doesn't affect him. Yes, I snapped out of confusion. Yes, and he missed. Let's go. Let's go. Where are we going? I don't know, but we're going. Yes. I am better at school than this. Well, go back to school then, loser. I'm supposed to be evil. I'm gonna do another run of this game trying to be a good guy. You could steal Pokemon in this game. My chemistry grade was so good, but yeah, yeah, physics is my worst grade ever, I think. I'm tall but ugly as fuck, so why would they like me besides for my height? Aww. Don't say that. Well, it could be a combination of height and personality and stuff. I don't know. Ask them. They can't see your face if you're in the clouds. Aww. Wait, what? Aww. If you're dead in heaven? What does that mean? Oh, you're saying tall guys are... there you go, you see? Alright, time to steal a Pokemon. Oh, I'm so excited to steal his Pokemon. Stupid old man. Yes. Ooh, a Growlithe. I should have changed Pokemon for this. That was kind of dumb, but... What should we steal? So, we can't steal duplicate Pokemon. We already had a Poliwag before and a Growlithe. So, we're forced to take a Voltorb here. We've never had a Voltorb. I just double-checked. No, Elliot, because he's tall. Not because he's dead. Oh. 6'9" is not that high, but thanks. Yo, 6'9" is insanely tall, bro. Voltorb. Let's go with the Voltorb. Wait, I said Voltorb, right? Yeah. We're gonna name you... Orb. Next Pokemon will be Lyric. Maybe. Named Lyric. Okay. Now, this is where things get crazy, okay? We have to release a Pokemon here. If we roll a 1, a 2, or a 3, things aren't looking that good. So we need to roll a 4, 5, or 6. I hope I don't die. Come on. What are we gonna get? Six! Oh, good. You, Lyric, you actually manifested it. How the hell did you do that? I need you around every time this happens. Okay, so Aqua is dead. Let's go release him. This is how it works. Now you guys can see. For those that don't know. All right. We come here. Oh, it's Aqua. Aqua, you useless Pokemon. Leave my sight. Leave me. Now. Shoo. Shoo. That's right. That's right. Hell yeah, baby. I can't believe it died that quickly. It's 13 Pokemon dead now. Jesus Christ. I forgot to take out the wheel. Damn it. Aqua died. Rude. Sorry, Aqua. These Twitch effects are so good, right? The music, the camera. Oh, thank you. I will leave the stream. No, you don't need to leave. I was talking about the Pokemon. But good night, Aqua. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, I actually made the zoom-ins and stuff, like, I made it so much cooler. It wasn't this good before. Look at that. I did that today. And then look at the rewards. I added some new channel point rewards. And look, I also added this. This is one of the best things I added. Snapchat filters. Oh, you could put your own music, by the way, too. But look. I'm Avatar. I'm Kakashi. I'm a cursed Pikachu. Naruto! You know? Monkey. I work out. Ah! Ah! What's up? Oh, it's so good. We added a couple of those today, actually. Yeah, it's cool, right? Yeah. Alright, who do we add to the party? We got some poopy people. Yo, Scyther's a level 20. That's actually kind of insane. You know what? We just got Orb. He has Spark, Rollout, and Sonic Boom. That's actually pretty decent. That's already more useful than the guy we just got rid of. Hell yeah, that's what's supposed to happen. He'll be on our team. Hell yeah. Oh, this run is going so well. I'm so happy. Yeah, the Snapchat filters are great, right? Oh, I love them. I love Jesus. What did I want to do? Oh, yeah. My face went away. I still can't fix that, but when I edit this screen, my face goes away. So we're just going to put Voltorb here. The Pokeball is a Pokeball. He's literally just a Pokeball. And everyone else on our team is still here, so we could keep that. Yes, Elliot. The song, right? The song is so good. That's so cool. Oh, someone who understands. But yeah, you could put music too if you'd like. Here's how. I'm so happy we got this guy though. That makes this game so much better. Bailey always sings this like karaoke. Oh, it's a great song. I used to sing this like when I was in I used to wake up before work, go to the bathroom, and while I'm pooping, look at lyrics and like just like karaoke songs. Maybe that's TMI, but and this would be one of the songs I would do. So I knew the words pretty well at one point. あるはずさずっとずっと My bike's acting up, man. Wait, these guys are supposed to be bikers and like all that, but we're bad guys too, so I wonder what's gonna happen once we beat them. Like, I wonder what they'll say. Oh man, I'm not into this. I respect you, Rockets, man. You guys don't take crap from nobody. Hell yeah, bro, I'm evil. Haha, not looking at me. JK. Go Snake! Yeah, that's supposed to be like Snake, like from the, you know? Finally, bikers respect me, finally. See, this is what I wish I had in real life. This. Respect from people that matter. I'm just so happy that I added those move stuff. It looks so professional now. All right, let's just crunch. Yo, Snake is owning. We don't want no stockpile. Oh, he got stockpile and swallow. Nah, we don't need it. Oh, and spit up all at once. Ah, it's too late. Whatever. I didn't know that. Get her out of here. Y'all Rockets think you're so tough with your suits and your pecking order. Us bikers are the true face of the Kanto underworld. Damn it. I want to beat this guy up now. You're thriving in this movement. Hell yeah. I'm doing a 24-hour stream, by the way, tomorrow. For Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Tomorrow night. Because it comes out tomorrow night. Moments like this make me wish I lived in Japan so I could stream it 12 hours early. Let's get some other guys some practice in here. Haha, lol. How is Genshin? Do you still play Genshin? And how's life in general? You do play Genshin? Nice. PP, my personal shit is hell because in school I keep to myself all the time and only talk to my friends. That's not a problem. Bro, as long as you have friends to talk to, who cares? It's hard to make friends when you get older, so... Value the friendships you have now. I'm Kokomi main? Oh, I don't play anymore. What's your username? Oh yeah, Nathan plays as well. Meowth is so cute. Meow, meow, meow. She's so dumb. I wish I could steal a Pokemon from you. Oh my god. I'm just joking, guys. I'm just joking. What if we use Spark? What if we use Sonic Boom? What if we use Sonic Boom? Another Meowth? What, she only has Meowth? What is this? Every meow. I think PJ and Rattata are cute too. I don't care. They're horny friends? Oh yeah, you did tell me that. So what? Yeah, he's on Discord. Every time that I look in the mirror, all these stars in place getting clearer. He could actually kill me. Oh! Oh, he didn't kill him. Jesus! My heart just skipped a beat. I mean, it would be good if he died, but you know. Oh, you're still here, Aqua. Awesome. I'm actually sad that Aqua died. It would be better if one of the others died. Japan is open again with the vaccine or negative COVID test. Is it actually? No, stay, Aqua. You're such a troll. I didn't even know that. Yeah, I would go back in a heartbeat. I freaking love Japan. And I would love to stream there. Are you kidding me? The only thing is I want to start. I don't know how soon I would want to do it, you know? I definitely want to. Once I become a little bigger on YouTube, Twitch, then I'll definitely look into going there. So, you know, that could be 1 month, that could be 1 year. Hopefully not 1 year, but you never know. Back to you. Sing with me, sing for the tears, sing for the laughter. A new girl came and she's a Twitch streamer? No way! Wait, seriously? A new alt. I've been streaming so much lately. I read that as a new alt instead of a new ALT. Jesus. Oh, that's so cool. Wait, do you think she'd be okay with you saying her streaming channel? Her channel? Oh, you didn't meet her yet. Oh, I miss that stuff. Damn. It's been a while, huh? New people are popping up and stuff. I actually talked to Jono recently, and he was telling me how new people were coming in and stuff. Oh, this could be a bad matchup. I dream on, dream on, dream on, dream on till the dream comes true. But I'll tell you when I found out. Yeah, let me know. Are you kidding me? I'll eat dinner with Jono on Wednesday. Oh, hell yeah. For anyone who doesn't know, this is my friend Lyric that I met in Japan. He's a great, awesome person and really enjoyable to karaoke with. He randomly invited me. He probably wants to go out more. He might have a secret for you, actually. Yes, it's me, Ubu. Sing with me, sing for the years, sing for the laughter, sing for... Nah, I'm just joking. Spill Elliot? Okay. The secret is, I talked to him the other day. Yeah, it was. If you already knew about that, I don't feel bad about saying anything. He wanted to keep it on the down low from my understanding, so... Unless you're guessing. And you didn't know. I don't know how close you are to Jono. Ooh, we could steal another Pokemon. Let's go, little girl. Stealing Pokemon from little girls. That's how we do it. Ping pong masters. Follow me is like one of the worst moves. Let's go. I'm guessing. Oh, okay. Haley told you that. Okay. All right. So if it ever comes out, it's because of Haley, not me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know much. Okay, I don't know much. I know a little bit. I called him randomly the other day because I haven't spoken to him in a while. Yeah, I won't bring it up anyway. Yeah. You send your user ID. Okay, we had a Clefable before, so we can't get Clefairy. I don't think we had a Jigglypuff before. And Jigglypuff jiggles. So I think we're going to go with a Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. That's our 29th Pokemon that we're stealing. What do we name Jigglypuff? Yeah, we had a Clefable. We had a Clefairy that we evolved, but it died. Or actually, we had to release it. We're forced to release it. You love Jigglypuff? Should we name it Lyric then? It's a girl though. Are you okay with that? Like, is it okay? Lyric is okay? Slap, slap, slap. Yes! Jigglypuff with its slaps. Okay, I wasn't sure, okay? Alright, let's go. Hell yeah then. Lyric is probably gonna die. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie. Because half these Pokemon are used as fodder. I'm kind of surprised that Uniworm and 420 are still here. 420 is like a day one at this point. Oh, let's actually use Fly here. Muck. Muck is mad annoying. Jesus, that did a lot of damage. Let's get Snake out here. No. Yes. Okay. Muck is actually one of the most annoying Pokemon. Sludge Bomb is so powerful. I know. You're a bad man. I'm gonna tell my sister about you. Yeah, go tell her. So I could beat her up too. Okay, we're gonna get access to even more Pokemon soon, which is awesome. And we actually don't have to practice against wild Pokemon now. Grind, which is nice. Yes, time to steal from a old man, baby. The best people to steal from. Oh, that did a lot of damage. They're getting stronger. Okay, thank God. We don't need to release a Pokemon here. We're gonna steal Growlithe, but because of the dupes clause, we can't use it. Because we had a Growlithe and a Vulpix. And we're not gonna nickname him, because, yeah. Why do so many trainers have Pokemon to steal the same Pokemon? What's a cute, round, and fluffy Pokemon? Your mom. Oh, I guess the Pokemon you're using. Probably Acid is better there. Clefairy. Hey, there's Clefairy. La, la, la. I read that Clefairy evolves when it's... Yes, this is common knowledge. Jesus. I'm being so evil because it's my character for this. So I apologize if it's too evil. Alright, let's go heal up. How are your schools, by the way, and everything? Like, have you met any of the new people? Do you know who replaced Gofukumachi or Keitoku? Or, I mean, Gofukumachi Shogakko or Keitoku or Johto or Toen-chu? I actually met a lot of them. Oh, cool. Are any of them, like, cool? Yes, I'll do anything for money. I'll do anything to be evil, old man. You don't understand. You people killed that poor Cubone's mother. If I had my way, you wouldn't get to heal your Pokemon here. I love how Nurse Joy is still like, I'll heal your Pokemon. You know how the Cubones go, people will pay a lot for one. Ligma? Oh, Ligaya. Ligaya. She moved from Izumi. Oh. Is she cool? Because I know that the person that replaced me wasn't the best. No offense to that person. And then my school had no ALT for a while. So I really hope that Ligaya is good. Wait, Ligaya is... I know Ligaya. I'm stupid. My mind's literally blanked for a second. I never really hung out with her, that's why. I know her, okay. Look, it looks like we could get the KFC glider. There's a KFC glider? The original ALT that was there was a little... Yeah, exactly. Ligaya, I know Ligaya, right? She was the one that always dressed up and stuff, right? Oh, yeah. The ghosts that now plague our Pokemon there, they're all your fault. Hell yeah, they are. We're gonna beat up Mount Fuji Boy. It's one of those bad guys. Please don't kill me. Ugh, I want to steal your Pokemon. Lance is gonna come here and throw you all in jail. Nope. Now it looks after. Damn, they all hate me in this town. It's so cool. Please don't kill any more of our Pokemon. I'll do what I want. I'm searching for items. I love how the people in the mart just don't care. Oh, that's hilarious. Imagine what they would say of us if we let you shop here freely. No siree, be gone, criminal. Damn, isn't that crazy? I think you know her. The years are blurring together. I know. I could see why they are. I think I know her too. Ooh, Name Raider. How's Snake? It's a decent name. Are you kidding me? Okay, how's Birdo? It's a decent name. Is that all you say? Alright, how's Bro? It's a decent name. What do you want? Leave us alone. Haven't you wreaked enough havoc? Ooh, I completely forgot about Route 12 because it's not necessary for the game. Do you hang out with any of the new peeps? How many of the original people are still there? I'm asking a lot of questions. Let me know if it's annoying. Oh, I forgot this guy's a trainer.
Hello there.
Hey, Depth. Hello, Governor. How are you, bro? I know you're not a governor, but how's life? We're actually going to end stream soon, but the vibes are good now, so I'll go a little longer. What kills poison, psychic, and ground? When you're playing Genshin again? I don't know. Possibly never, to be honest. I don't know. I'm almost always coming by then. Yeah, the times just don't work. But tomorrow we're going to do a 24-hour Pokemon Brilliant Diamond stream. So the time will work if you want to say hi. We're gonna start that tomorrow night at midnight. I might stream earlier as well and go until midnight the next day, so that should be fun. Pog, I know, right? I've been going out every weekend with some new people. Oh, cool! I'm going karaoke with some. Oh, I'm so jealous. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually jealous. I miss doing that stuff. Graveler. Magnitude. Magnitude is such a scary looking move. So we have access to Rock Tunnel, which is a bit weird. I don't know if I should train all these guys if we might lose some of them soon. I'm Asian, but my sleep schedule is synced up with Europeans. Gotcha. Depth, have you ever said where you're from? I feel like you may have, and I may have forgotten. And if I have forgotten, I apologize. But if you'd like to share again. Jesus, that scared me for a second. Are you... Oh my god. I literally killed him with the Uniworm. This level 12 suck. Oh yeah, we could steal your Pokemon. We can't use Pidgeotto, but we're gonna steal it. Loser. I kind of miss Pidgeotto. We had a Pidgeotto. I know where you're from, Lyric. Yeah, I have. I'm from the Philippines. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, bro. Gomennasai. I apologize. I apologize for forgetting. How did I forget? Now I feel like an asshole. Wait, why did I forget? I usually don't forget important stuff like that. I'm sorry. Have you ever played Pokemon Unite? Yes, I actually wanted to. It's alright? Okay. Sai is also from the Philippines. If you see him in chat, what's his username again? Jesus, I'm losing my mind. It's because I've been streaming 5 hours. Let's just say it's because of that. I don't play Pokemon Unite anymore. It's just too much grinding for me. Way too much. I was playing Pokemon Unite when it first came... Oh, thank God that one shot. He was using Rollout. When it first came out... Not laughing. Hay fever. Lol. I was playing it when it first came out, and I wanted to become one of the very best like no one ever was. But then I realized it's a lot of work, so then I stopped. And also, it pissed me. It like got me raged. I raged a lot, and I didn't like streaming, playing that game. I literally stopped streams early just because it was so rage-worthy. Oh, we played with Bailey and Keegan when it started. Cool. I'm Wigglytuff. I didn't even know Sylveon is in the game. Jesus. I am a Pokemon stealer. Yeah. For anyone... Hey, have a nice day, guys. Thank you. I hope you smile in laughter. Or in happiness soon. For anyone wondering, this is a Team Rocket. We play as Team Rocket, and these are the Nuzlocke rules. There's a lot, but basically we could steal Pokemon. She's new? Oh, Sylveon? Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about an ALT. I was like, wait, you said Bailey and Keegan. Am I missing something here? And they're not new. Okay, this part might be very scary. I don't think we have to verse Red. But just in case... should I just go in anyway? Thanks. Lol. You know what? Let's just go in. Let's see what people say. You're the reason for all of the misery. Everything for the sake of profit. No, for the sake of evil, stupid. Damn, they really hate Team Rocket here. My Growlithe is dead because of you. Mr. Fuji will have the lot of you thrown in jail. I wish I stole it and released it, so it would be dead because of me. Well, this is a public monument in memory of departed Pokemon. Our policy is to let anyone who wants enter to pay their respects. But I'll have you know I don't approve of you. And I'm still going in, baby. Oh my god. It's blue. We have to verse blue. What the hell? Or like... Oh, I'm kind of scared of this battle. No. I don't know what level Pokemon he has. I'm gonna train a bit. I still love Team Rocket. Oh, I love this. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I love this too. Yeah, we're not going there yet. I'm scared of him. We're oh, you know what this game gives you, which is I forgot about Amulet Coin. We'll give it to you. You know what this game gives you, which is mad funny, or like really funny if you don't like using the word mad. They give you a flashlight. Isn't that funny? Oh, we could steal her Pokemon. Okay. Hopefully she doesn't have high-level Pokemon. Okay, level 20 is fine. Oh my god, the rules popped up again. My bad about that. Especially Wobbuffet. Yeah. Wobbuffet is great. I mean, Wobbuffet... Oddish. Ugh, sleep powder. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Jesus. You suck, Snake. Wobbuffet from the show, or just like Wobbuffet in general? I hate Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet is mad annoying in Nuzlocke, actually. Alright, let's steal her Pokemon. Meowth, Oddish, Pidgey. Unfortunately, we've used all of these Pokemon, so we can't, do anything about that. But we're gonna steal it just because we can, baby! We love stealing here. Hell yeah. No nickname. You look cute and harmless. Was I ever wrong? Nah. That was kind of... Damn. That was nice of her to say. I don't get that a lot. I don't get that ever. Alright, let's go train more. I love Wobbuffet from the show, but abilities, I love Psyduck. Oh, from the show. Headache King. Yo, Psyduck was so stupid, and Misty would just, like, abuse it in the show. I watched the show... I watched a good portion of the show. Okay, we got a Pearl. I watched until Hoenn region, and then I didn't like the voice acting changing, so I stopped. Because I'm a loser. A Rattata. Why do they all use sucky Pokemon? They don't want me to steal any good Pokemon, yeah? We have all of these Pokemon. Level 30. You play hard. Not only do I play hard, I'm gonna steal your freaking Pokemon, baby! Let's get some Bellsprout here. We already have all of these, too. I'm all sweaty now. Oh. Anyway, true, yeah. Don't try anything funny in the dark. Oh my god! You're a child. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna kill all your Pokemon. It was too dark. Let's take Clefairy. I'm underage. We're not gonna take this joke for... I didn't say anything! Jesus Christ! What's wrong with the person who made this game? Yes, Lemon! Kensioneze. I used to sing this in karaoke all the time, Depth. Lyric would know. If it's still here. Are you like a rocket? I am a rocket. We already have Slowpoke. What's next? Slowpoke? What, you only have Slowpokes? What are you, a loser? What a loser! He literally only had Slowpokes. That's, like, totally bad. Well, you're not even a good trainer. Power Glove bad, you know what I'm saying? What? Anohi no kanashimi sae kurushimi sae. Me too, I love the song. Hell yeah. Nata to tomoni. Oh, you were telling me that karaoke is big in the Philippines, yeah? Or was that Sai? Maybe Sai was telling me that. If it was Sai, go man, that's Sai. Ooh, you see what I did there? I go for power because I hate thinking. I used to do that when I was a kid too. Understandable. You don't seem to be scared. Want to try using Rock Slide? Yeah. Wait, what the hell? Should we teach Rock Slide? I guess. It's a move. It does 75 damage. We could probably take out Rap. Watch Snake die right now. Thanks for the follow, Original Rash Gaming. It's big in the Philippines? Hell yeah. What's your favorite song to karaoke? Hey, welcome. Someone who's new actually using the Hi, I'm new. I really appreciate that. Do you know how you can avoid getting lost in the mountains? Yes, by using a flashlight. Let's just see. Why didn't I use fly? I wasn't paying attention. Pidgey, we're gonna fly against... Bro, I forgot... maybe because it's a flying Pokemon it's able to hit me? I don't know exactly why, but it always is able to hit me. My favorite's a Filipino song? Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we have all of these Pokemon. So we're just gonna steal it for the sake of stealing it. I wanna go home! Yeah, because you're a loser and you lost your Pokemon. It's understandable. It's funny, we just did a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke in Leaf Green, and I already don't remember how this cave is. Aqua, you're not new. Oh my god. Why would you use it when you're not new? That's so messed up. I'm just gonna go on with the meme. Jesus. Orb, you kind of suck. Let's go with Snake. Ano hino kana shimi sae. Ano hino kudu shimi sae. Bro is like our guy right now. Natato tomoni. Like all this guy has is... Oh, I can't steal his Pokemon because he's a hiker. I can't steal... I can only steal from old people and babies. Wait, isn't this like a random Pokemon? And this is not a randomizer, so I should play this smarter. I wish we had a freaking experience share. That sleeping Pokemon in Route 12 forced me to take this detour. True. Stupid. He called me a thug. What a fascist. Oh, I wish I could steal all those Pokemon. And just release them in front of his face. Ooh, a Matchump. Confusion. That would have been smarter. Watch for Onyx. They appear only occasionally. High level ones can put the squeeze on you. Okay. I love this song. There's so many trainers here. I mean, it's good. We got a lot of training here. For Pokemon that might end up being released because of our Nuzlocke rules. Na, 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 na. We're running out of water pulses too. You know, you could pass by this. Jesus. Oh, he missed. Thank God. What did he... Zen Headbutt? Wait, Zen Headbutt? I don't remember if I think Slowpoke is a special user. Slowpoke is a special attacker, yeah. Do I take something out? It's such a hard decision. Like, is Zen Headbutt stronger than Confusion? Confusion is only 50 power. Like, if we get Psychic, obviously I'll teach Psychic, but... Zen... I think Zen Headbutt is better, because his physical attack is not that much worse than his special attack. So, unless you guys have a different opinion, we'll just replace Confusion here. Cubone, haha! Die, Cubone. I want to steal his Cubone. Pokemon cosplay works well if you're a hot girl. Otherwise, you risk looking like a total weirdo. What the hell? I say. Okay, now if I was smart, I would heal up my guys. I have never healed up my guys. Let's heal up my guys. Take me out. Ooh, let's use fresh water. I should pay attention to that. Okay. Not a good matchup. You say you don't know. This is a good matchup. Ugh. What an annoying Pokemon. Execute. Execute dies by so much. Grass Psychic. Bug, Dark, Ghost, Fire. Bug, Dark, Ghost, Fire. Bug, Dark, Ghost, Fire. I'm thinking who I could use here. He dies by Psychic, though. I could get Orb out, but he's gonna be underleveled. Or I could just hope that this kills. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, I'm a very high level. I'm gonna yawn and switch out. Leech Seed. Switch out to Orb. Okay. Sonic Boom does 20 damage. He shouldn't have... Wait, what? Did it miss? I thought it never misses. Hey, that worked out perfectly, actually. And he's level 20. Oh, I lost! Steal a Pokemon?
Wow.
You can do it! Thank you, bro. Oddish or Execute? I don't think we have an Execute yet. Bruh, indeed.
Monkey do okay. Monkey do pretty okay.
You like my muscles?
I guess.
You like my muscles? You like these? Oh, they went away. You just spam everything. Oh, I should do this. Let's go. I think in this case I want to steal the Execute. I don't think we have an Execute, so we're gonna have to steal the Execute here. We've stolen 30 Pokemon, 30 different Pokemon. We've stolen more than 30, but all right, guys. What are we naming the Execute? The redemption spam. I know, right? Good night, Nathan. May you have more girls going to you. He has 25 girls liking him right now, apparently. I don't know. That's what he told me. Let's go with cute. Execute. You know what? No, we're gonna go with depth. Because I forgot he's from Philippines, and I feel bad for that. Gomen nasai. Okay. We're forced to release a Pokemon right now. Oh, the song's so good, but I'm gonna have to pause it. Alright, this is what we're gonna do. Before ending stream. Please. Don't kill Bro. And don't kill Orb. Actually, Orb is okay. Don't kill Bro or Snake. Or Birdo. Especially Birdo, he has Fly. That's a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, that was... Guys, that's perfect! We get rid of Uniworm. Uniworm is... We don't need no Uniworm. Let's get some congrats in here. What a way to end the stream. Oh my god. Well, first we have to release him and stuff, but... Jesus, that feels good. Wait, let me get out of the cave real quick. With you, my love. It is, yeah. It is pretty awesome. Be with you, darling, soon. Let's just get out of the cave. So we could do this formally. This is so cool because it's working backwards. This is the end of the cave usually when you play the real game, you know? And you end up in Lavender Town. Waiting. Oh, this is so good for who we're gonna go up against too. We have high level Pokemon. In the sunshine of your love. Uniworm, you're literally useless, and I'm so happy we're getting rid of you. Goodbye. Let me take all the Pokemon that we're not gonna be using, that we're gonna release en masse as evil people. Oh, look how many there are. Oh, I'm so excited. Because these are all duplicates. We can't use duplicates. Look at all these stolen Pokemon we're gonna release. Oh, it feels so good. Oh, yes. I've been waiting so long. Don't worry. Jigglypuff, my cutie pie. Damn, does everyone love Jigglypuff? I mean, you're Execute, but, you know. I guess you could be Jigglypuff, too. Oh. You are Execute, sorry. Gomen nasai. Okay. Let's go here. And yeah, we're gonna decide on who to add on the team next time we play this game. We're either gonna play tomorrow night or not tomorrow night because we're doing the Pokemon stream. Egg Pog. Wait, there's no egg. Oh, because it's an egg. Yeah, that's true. That is true. So, let's see if there's anyone to raid. If there's no one to raid. Ooh, say Kesta. I haven't talked to this guy in a long time. He's playing Halo Infinite too. Everyone's Halo Infinite. Alright, we'll raid him. I used to be like in a YouTube Twitch group with him. He's pretty chill. Doesn't stream that often though, but I'll just raid to say hi. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some crazy stream. Where's the raid button? Jesus, where's the raid? Can I do that? Oh my god. I'm so smart. Waiting so... Hell yeah! Wait, what? Oh, there we go. It's working. Been waiting so long. And with that, I will build my goodbyes. Goodbye, guys. Have an amazing one. See ya. Goodbye. Bye, Cortez.